we will take a new motion to be proposed. Is there any point or motion on the floor for those delegates who are willing to propose a particular motions? You may raise your placards now. Delegate of Belarus, you may state your motions, please.
Honorable Chair, the delegation of Belarus move for a moderate caucus on mobilizing international funding and private sector investment for the reconstruction of Gaza for a total time of 10 minutes with 2 second individual speakers.
2 seconds is not
two
possible.
Minutes, 2 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry,
2
Chair.
minutes. Okay.
Yes,
Thank you, delegates.
You're welcome.
We want to clarify this. Is this the right motion that you propose on the screen? Is this? Yes. Yes or no? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next. For those delegates who are willing to propose a particular motions, you may raise your placards now. Delegates of Iran.
Thank you for Honorable Chair. The delegate of Iran would like to raise a motion for a moderated caucus on the topic of ensuring the legal accountability and sovereign safeguards of the board office under the UN Charter for a total time of 20 minutes with 2 minutes individual speaking time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Want to clarify, is this the right motion that you propose on the screen? Delegate of Iran? Pardon, delegate of Iran, is this? Yes or
Of
no?
the board of peace for the UN Charter. Safeguard of the BOP for the UN Charter.
Okay. How many times, pardon? How many times? 20 minutes.
For total times 20 minutes with 2 minutes individual speaking time.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Next, moving on, the last motions in this agenda setting. For those delegates who are willing to propose a particular motions, you may raise your placards. You may raise your placards now. Delegate of Australia? Okay, Australia.
The delegation of Australia moves for a moderate caucus on the topic of balancing emergency governance and multilateral legitimacy, the board of peace, and the risk of institutional fragmentation for a total time of 15 minutes with individual speaking time of 90 seconds.
Okay. Clear? Okay, thank you, delegates. Now, moving to the voting session. Remember, you need to at least get 50% plus 1 means 26 delegates. 26 delegates that are supposed to be in favor within the particular motions for passing the motions. If there is no, you will keep proposing motions without talking about anything. So, moving on to the voting session, for those delegates who are in favor with the motion that proposed by the delegates of Iran, you may raise your placards now. After the surveillance, there is only 17 delegates who agreed upon the motions to be discussed. So therefore, the motions are failed. Reminder is 50% plus 1. Please be cooperate with your other friends. But because if there is no motion that will be surpassing 25 plus 1, or 50% plus 1 means there's no debate or discussion will be started. The next session, moving on, for those delegates who in favor or agreed to discuss upon the motion that proposed by the delegate of Australia, you may raise your placards now. Delegates? Only 5? Okay, because there is no delegates that agreed upon in the minimum requirement, the motions from Australia are also failed. Moving on to the last motions from the delegate of Belarus. For those delegates who in favor with the motion from the delegate of Belarus, you may raise your placards now. Okay. Okay, pass. So after the surveillance, we recognize that there is more than 25 delegates who agreed upon the motion of the delegate of Belarus. So therefore, the motions are passed. Okay, we open for 5 delegates who wish to speak upon the motion that proposed by Belarus, delegate of Belarus, pardon. For those delegates who willing to speak upon the motion that proposed by delegate of Belarus, you may raise your placards now. Okay, only 5, sorry, because Belarus only proposed for 10 minutes for 5 delegates. Okay, okay. Okay, delegate of Russia, delegate of Morocco, delegate of Turkey, delegate of United Arab Emirates, delegates of the United States of America. Okay, thank you, delegates. You may lower down your placards now. Satunya itu Belarus. Oh, bentar. Delegate of Belarus, you want to speak upon the motion in the first or last
In the first.
order? In the first.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, for the first speaker upon these motions, the delegate of Belarus. The delegate of Belarus, you may stand your speech starting from now.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of the Republic of Belarus is honored to address this estimate body on the matter of mobilizing international funding and private sector investment for the reconstruction of Gaza. My delegation wishes to place on record its position that reconstruction financing ought to be channeled through a multilateral mechanism confirmed under the auspices of the United Nations, thereby ensuring equitable representation and safeguarding against the disproportionate influence of any single state or bloc of states in shaping the reconstruction agenda. In closing, the delegation of Belarus reaffirms its commitment to a reconstruction process that is just, transparent, and firmly rooted in respect for Palestinian self-determination. I yield back to Chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Oh yeah, reminder, you still have 50 seconds. You want to yielding the time to the chair, or you want to yield the time to another delegates? You want to give the time to the chair, or you want to give the time to other delegates to speak upon?
I have the floor to the delegates of Paraguay.
So pardon, because Paraguay is not on the speaker list, so you cannot yield the time to delegate of Paraguay. You may yield the time to other delegates who are in the list.
I'll back to chair.
Back to chair. Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker, the delegate of Russia. The delegate of Russia, you may stand your speech starting from now.
Honorable Chair, I would like to propose on the mechanism for allocating the Russian Federation proposed $1 billion contribution draw from immobilized Russian sovereign asset held in Western financial institution toward the Gaza Reconstruction Fund.
Finish, delegate of Russia, or finish, order, finish?
Yes, finish.
Okay. Thank you, delegates. You still have plenty of time here, more than 1.5 minutes. You want to yield the time to the chair or yield the time to other delegates?
We would like to yield the motion to Bulgaria. Thank you.
Sorry, to
We would like to yield the floor to Bulgaria.
Uganda?
Bulgaria. Bulgaria.
Bulgaria.
Yeah.
Pardon, delegates, because Bulgaria is not on the list of the...
Oh, pardon me. Then
Back
the
to
United
chair.
States.
United States of America. Okay. So the time yield. So there is 2 minutes time yielding to the delegate of United States. So the delegate of United States, you will have 4 minutes to speak upon the motions later. Okay. Moving on to the next delegates who speak upon this motion, delegate of Morocco. Pardon, the United States. Delegate of United States, you have 4 minutes to speak upon the motion. The floor is yours, please.
Honorable Chair, the United States support this motion wholeheartedly. Public funds alone cannot meet a reconstruction bill over $71 billion. The United States championed a model that leverages public capital to unlock private investment. Backed by clear legal framework.
Point of personal privilege. The speaker is inaudible.
Pardon? Okay, speaker is not working? Or?
Pardon me, what he meant was the speaker was inaudible.
Speaker is inaudible?
Incomprehensible.
Incomprehensible, okay. Delegate of the United States, you may speak clearly because you are too close with the mic. So you may reread your stances upon the motions, please.
Honorable Chair, the United States support this motion wholeheartedly. Public funds alone cannot meet a reconstruction bill over $71 billion. The United States championed a model that leverages public capital to unlock private investment. Backed by clear legal frameworks, risk guarantees, and a stable investment climate, we stand ready to mobilize our own private sector and to work with international financial institutions to ensure that reconstruction becomes a durable engine of economic opportunity for the people of Gaza, not on-time transfer of aid. Thank you. Back to Chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates. You have 3 minutes left for speaking upon the motions. You want to yield the time or back to chair?
Back to Chair.
Back to chair. Okay, thank you, delegates. Okay, moving on to the next delegates who speak upon the motions, the delegates of the United Arab Emirates. The delegate of the UAE, you may stand, you may start your speech starting from.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. أصحاب السعادة وحضور الكرام يشرفني أن أقف أمامكم اليوم ممثلة لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, and the representative of the member of the state, the United Arab Emirates welcome this motion as the central to the closing Gaza financing gap. Sovereign pledge on even 17 billion already committed through the Board of Peace fall well short of the 71 billion to reconstruction effort ultimately requires. Closing that gap demands mobilizing private capital at scale, and here the United Arab Emirates offer not only support but a working model. The United Arab Emirates' own development experience through entities such as DP World and ADIKI demonstrate. Report of DP World engagement with a Board of Peace representative on port logistic, warehousing, and the supply chain infrastructure of Gaza reflect a precisely this approach, pairing a logistic and engineering expertise with the security of coordinated international framework to build has been described as a port-led economic ecosystem capable of generating sustainable local employment, not merely one-time reconstruction job. Consequently, the United Arab Emirates proposed a blended financial facility under Board of Peace fiscal mechanism, combining first loss guarantees from sovereign and multilateral contributor with a commercial co-investment in housing, energy, water desalination, and light industry sector, where private capital can be attracted one baseline security and legal guarantees access. The United Arab Emirates further proposed a standing investor conference convened jointly with the World Bank and regional development finance institutions to translate pledge into bankable project on a fixed timeline. Private investment cannot substitute for humanitarian relief, not show it dictate Gaza political future, but responsibly start it can accelerate reconstruction well beyond what sovereign pledge achieve alone. The last, the United Arab Emirates stand ready to contribute both capital and capability to this effort. Thank you. I beg to Chairman.
Thank you, delegates. Your time is up. Moving on to the next delegates who speak upon the motions. Delegates of Morocco. The delegates of Morocco, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, the Kingdom of Morocco strongly supports this motion. The scale of destruction in Gaza requires resources far beyond what any single actor can provide. Reconstruction cannot wait, and it cannot depend on emergency aid alone. That is why we must mobilize both international funding and private sector investment. Public funds will address immediate humanitarian needs, while private investment will create jobs, rebuild infrastructure, and ensure long-term economic recovery. As chair of the Al-Quds Committee, Morocco believes all investment must respect Palestinian sovereignty and be coordinated with the Palestinian Authority. Transparency and accountability are non-negotiable. Let us turn pledge into action. Let us rebuild Gaza, not just with concrete, but with hope and dignity.
Okay, thank you, delegates of Morocco. You still have 1 minute. But because there's no delegates will speak after you, so the time will yield back to the chair. Thank you very much. By that, we are finished talk upon the motion that proposed by the delegate of Belarus. Moving on to the next sessions, is there any motions or point on the floor for those delegates who wish to propose a particular motions? You may raise your placards now. Delegates of Kuwait, please.
Honorable Chair, the delegation of Kuwait moved for an unmoderated caucus of 15 minutes to refine the operative causes of the draft resolution. Sorry, Chair.
Pardon?
Honorable Chair, in the state of Kuwait, the delegation of Kuwait moved for a moderated caucus on affirming the comparative advantage of the Board of Peace mechanism in ensuring rapid and accountable Gaza reconstruction for a total time of 15 minutes with 90 seconds per speaker.
Okay, thank you, delegates. We want to clarify, is this the right motion that we type
Thank you,
on the
Chair.
screen? Delegates of Kuwait, pardon? Is the motion that we type upon the screen is the right motion that you propose? The point is yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on, is there any motion or point on the floor for those delegates who wish to propose a particular motions? You may raise your placards. Hold on. You may raise your placards now. Delegates of Indonesia.
Honorable Chair, the delegation of the Republic of Indonesia would like to propose a motion for a moderated caucus for the duration of 10 minutes and 2 minutes each speaker on the role of Board of Peace as a complementary mechanism to the United Nations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, delegates. For how many minutes, pardon?
10 minutes.
10
duration.
minutes. And for each speaker?
2 minutes.
2 minutes for each speaker, okay. We want to clarify, is the topic that we type on the screen is the right topic that you propose? Yes or no? Is there any objections or additional comments regarding this? Is it right?
Correct.
Correct. Thank you very much, delegates. Moving on for one more motions. Is there any point or motion on the floor for those delegates who are willing to propose a particular motion? You may raise your placards. You may raise your placards now. Delegates of Azerbaijan, please.
Honorable Chair, the delegation of Azerbaijan moves for a moderated caucus on ensuring security and stability as a prerequisite for sustainable Gaza.
Pardon, delegates, order. Could you speak more loudly?
Prerequisite for sustainable Gaza reconstruction for a total time of 12 minutes with 60 seconds per speaker.
Pardon, delegates, you cannot propose for 12 minutes. You either can propose 10, 15, or 20 minutes. Okay.
Sorry. For a total time of 10 minutes with 60 seconds per speaker.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay, thank you, delegates. We want to clarify, is this delegate of Azerbaijan, is this the thing that we type in on the screen are the right point that you propose? Yes or no? You want to clarify, delegates? You can see on the screen, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you, delegates, for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, delegates, for proposing the motions. We starting for the voting session for those delegates. And reminder, we need to surpass 25 delegates plus one, or 50% plus one in order to surpassing the motions to the debating sessions. So make sure that you vote upon the motion that you willing to speak, okay? For the voting session, for those delegates who in favor and agreed upon to speak upon the motion that proposed by the delegates of Kuwait, you may raise your placards now. Higher? Higher? Okay, thank you, delegates. After the surveillance, we recognize you can lower your placards now. After the surveillance, we recognize there is more than 25 delegates who agreed upon the motion that proposed by the delegate of Kuwait. So therefore, the motions are passed. Moving on. Berapa orang? 15, 130. Okay. Because of delegate of quiet proposed for 15 minutes and 1 minute 30 seconds for each delegate to speak. So therefore, we will open for 10 speakers to speak upon the motions. For those delegates who willing to speak upon the motion that proposed by the delegates of quiet, you may raise your placards now. Higher. Okay, delegates of Portugal, delegates of Palestine, delegate of Austria, delegates of Kazakhstan, delegates of Turkey, delegate of El Salvador, delegate of India, delegate of Egypt, hold on, just raise your placards, please. Delegates of delegates of Poland, you may lower your placards. Delegates of Turkey, delegate of South Korea. How many? Thank you, delegates, because there is already 10 delegates to speak upon the motions. So therefore, this country would be one that's speaking upon the motion that proposed by the delegates of Quiet. Delegates of Quiet, pardon, you want to speak the first or the last?
First, Chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates of Quiet. Moving on to the speaker time. Delegates of Quiet, you are the first speaker in these motions. You may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, the stage of Quad raises in support of this caucus and of the comparative advantage the Board of Peace advantage the Board of Peace offers in mobilizing rapid, large-scale financing for Gaza reconstruction, a capacity not single actor has matched as reflected in Kuwait's own funding plate.
Point of personal privilege. The speaker is inaudible.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Delegate of Quiet, pardon. This is an order. You can speak more closely upon the mic, because other delegates cannot listen upon your voice. Thank you. Speak more close to the mic, okay? Clearly.
Okay, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Chair, the state of Quiet raises in support of this caucus and of the comparative advantage the Board of Peace offers in mobilizing rapid large-scale financing for Gaza reconstruction, a capacity no single actor has matched, as reflected in Kuwait's own founding pledge exceeding $1 billion. However, speed cannot come at the expense of accountability. Kuwait notes that barely a fraction of the $17 billion pledged in February has been disbursed. Underscoring the urgent need for transparent audit mechanism.
Thank you, delegates. Your time is up. Delegate of Quiet.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Moving on to the next speaker, the delegates of Delegates of Portugal. The delegate of Portugal, you may start to speak now.
The delegate of Portugal stands before the forum to affirm the cooperative advantage of the Board of Peace regarding the reconstruction of Gaza. In navigating complex geopolitical crises, Portugal has consistently advanced a foreign policy rooted in multilateralism, guided by three core pillars: prevent, partner, and protect. Portugal recognizes the traditional executor of international aid often face severe institutional gridlocks. In this context, the BOP possesses a distinct cooperative advantage because its mandate is highly specialized and localized to the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza. The BOP can bypass political stimulus, ensuring a more agile, transparent, and direct mobilization of resources. It acts as a specialist platform that effectively bridges the gap between sovereign states, humanitarian agencies, and private sector investment. Therefore, Portugal stands ready to cooperate within this framework, provided that the BOP confines its scope strictly to the Israel-Palestine context and acts in absolute harmony with the United Nations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, delegates. You still have 17 seconds. You want to yield the time to other delegates or you want to yield the time to the chair?
We yield the time to the chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker, the delegates of Palestine. The delegate of Palestine, you may speak. You may start to speak starting from now.
Point of order, Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Point of order, yeah. The delegation of India has previously stated its country name and has chosen by the chair, but it seems it was not recorded. We would like to ask to be added to the speaker list, please.
Pardon delegates for the inconvenience. This is a technical mistake. We would like to, pardon for the technical mistake. It might be for the next sessions, we will recognize you for the next session, for the next motion discussions. So therefore, because due to our limited time to speak upon the motions, we cannot grant you time for speak upon the motions. Sorry.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Moving on to the delegate of Palestine. Delegate of Palestine, you may start to speak now.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah for this opportunity. Palestine welcomes any cooperative mechanism that accelerates Gaza reconstruction, provide that it complement not replace the United Nations, respect Palestinian sovereignty, uphold international law, and ensure that reconstruction is led by and for Palestinian people. The state of Palestine recognizes the rebuilding Gaza requires unprecedented international cooperation. Therefore, we acknowledge the potential cooperative advantage of the Board of Peace in mobilizing financial resources, technical expertise, and international partnership. However, such cooperation must reforms, not undermine the United Nations Centered Multilateral System. The Board of Peace should operate as a complementary platform under the principle of the UN Charter, while fully respecting Palestinian sovereignty and ensuring that reconstruction decisions are led by the Palestinian people themselves. Reconstruction must never become a tool of political conditionality, but rather a pathway towards sustainable peace, dignity, and self-determination.
Thank you, delegates. You still have 18 seconds. Do you want to yield the time?
Yes.
Or?
Reconstruction without accountability risks.
Okay. You still have the speaking?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Reconstruction without accountability risks repeating the same injustice. They have prolonged this conflict for decades. Palestinians recognize the potential role of the Board of Peace in supporting post-conflict recovery, but its legitimacy depends entirely on transparency, accountability, and full compliance with international law. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Your time is up. I will give you 3 seconds extra because I interrupt you during the session. Moving on to the next delegates, the delegates of Austria. Delegate of Austria, you may start to speak now.
Thank you, Chair. We are, as a delegation of Austria, affirms that the Board of Peace must operate under the direct oversight and the coordination of the United Nations, placing the BOP within the UN system as a technical implementing body accountable at the Secretariat and reporting to the General Assembly and Security Council. Will preserve political legitimacy, ensure coherent mandate alignment, and prevent the emergence of competing institutions that fragment global peace governance. This approach is grounded in recent lessons. Parallel entities with autonomous political roles have produced duplicative mandates, donor confusion, and gaps in human rights oversight. Conversely, UN coordinated technical support in several post-conflict settings has demonstrated greater accountability and operational coherence by situating BOP under UN oversight. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. You still have 14 seconds, pardon. You willing to yield the time?
I yield to Chairman.
Okay, thank you, delegates.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next speaker, the delegates of Kazakhstan. The delegate of Kazakhstan, you may start to speak from now.
Thank you, Chair. Salam. Honorable Chair, the delegation of Kazakhstan support this motion. Kazakhstan believes that the Board of Peace has a comparative advantage in facilitating rapid, coordinated, and accountable reconstruction efforts while complementing the work of the United Nations. Through its focus on mediation, humanitarian coordination, and international cooperation, the Board can respond more efficiently to urgent reconstruction needs while avoiding duplication of existing United Nations mechanisms. Kazakhstan also emphasized that all reconstruction efforts should be transparent, respect national sovereignty, and prioritize the humanitarian needs of the people of Gaza. By combining the strengths of the Board of Peace and the United Nations, the international community can achieve more effective and sustainable reconstruction. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. You still have 30 seconds.
I yield back to the chair.
Yield back to the chair. Okay, thank you very much, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker, the delegates of Poland. The delegates of Poland, you may start to speak now. Pardon, delegates, you can closely speak to the mic because it's not audible.
Okay. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. The delegates of Poland recognize the urgency of Gaza's recognition and acknowledge the innovative role that the Board of Peace may play in this process. At the same time, Poland stressed that such initiative must remain firmly aligned with the authority of the United Nations, ensuring that international law and UN-centered multilateralism are not undermined. Poland stands ready to engage constructively in discussion that balance regional innovation with the legitimacy and effectiveness of the UN system. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. You still have 30 seconds. Do you want to yield the time to the chair or other delegates?
Move to South Korea.
Move to South Korea. Okay, thank you, delegates. South Korea. South Korea, you will get 30 seconds more to speak upon this motion.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, fellow delegates.
Hold on. South Korea, okay. Okay. South Korea, delegate of South Korea, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, the Republic of Korea strongly supports the reconstruction of the Gaza because rebuilding life is a humanitarian responsibility shared by the international community. History has shown that reconstruction success when countries work together. After the Korean War, our country received international support that helped rebuilding our infrastructure, economy, and institutions that experience taught us that recovery is not only about rebuilding buildings, it's about restoring hope, stability, and opportunity. For Gaza, no single country can provide everything that is needed. Different states have different strengths. Some can contribute funding, others can provide engineering expertise, medical assistance, education, or technology. By combining this research, reconstruction becomes more effective, transparent, and sustainable.
Our country believes that international cooperation should focus on practical outcomes rather than political competition. Our priorities should be rebuilding hospitals, schools, water systems, housing, and essential infrastructure so that civilians can return to normal lives. We also emphasize that reconstruction should create long-term economic opportunities, not just temporary aid. Investment in education, job creation, and technology can help Gaza become more self-reliant and resilient in the future. The people of Gaza deserve peace, dignity, and the opportunity to rebuild their future. The Republic of Korea therefore urges all member states to support coordinated international efforts for Gaza reconstruction. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. You still have 10 seconds. You want to yield the time to the chair, or you want to yield the time to other delegates?
No, Chair, thank you.
To the chair. Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker, the delegates from Turkey. Delegate from Turkey, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, the Republic of Turkey believes that reconstruction cannot succeed without an effective coordination mechanism. Turkey supports the establishment of a Board of Peace under the auspices of the United Nations that includes Palestinian representative, donor states, and relevant international organizations. Such a mechanism should ensure transparency, prevent the duplication of aid, and accelerate the delivery of reconstruction assistance. However, Turkey emphasized that this board must respect Palestinian sovereignty and should not become a political instrument that delays humanitarian assistance. Accountability and efficiency must go hand in hand with local ownership. The people of Gaza deserve a reconstruction process that is transparent, inclusive, and free from political interference. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. You still have 40 seconds. You want to yield the time to the chair, or you want to yield the time upon other delegates?
I give it back to Chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker, the delegates of Egypt. Delegates of Egypt, you may start to speak now.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Egypt appreciates the motion on the comparative effectiveness of the Board of Peace in Gaza reconstruction. Egypt recognizes the urgency of rebuilding Gaza with efficiency and transparency, yet stressed that such efforts must remain anchored in international legitimacy and the sovereignty of the Palestinian people. Egypt has played a pivotal role as mediator, ensuring humanitarian access and dialogue. The Board of Peace may serve as a complementary mechanism, but it must reinforce, not replace, the central role of the United Nations. Therefore, Egypt welcomes this caucus to explore how the Board of Peace can accelerate recovery while safeguarding accountability, legitimacy, and sovereignty. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. You still have 40 seconds. Because there is no delegate that will speak after you, the time will yield back to the chair. Thank you. By that, we are finished to debate and speak upon the motion proposed by the delegate of Kuwait. Thank you. Moving on to the next sessions, is there any point or motion on the floor? Bukan aku. Oh. Sorry. Okay, pardon, delegates. Pardon. Because there is still two motions that we didn't vote yet. For those, because we still have the motion that proposed by the delegates of Indonesia and also the motion that proposed by the delegates of Azerbaijan, we will start to vote upon the motion that proposed by the delegates of Indonesia. For those delegates who in favor and with the motion that proposed by a delegate of Indonesia, you may raise your placards now. Don't hesitate, please raise your placards as high as possible. We will start the count. Raise your placards. Start the counting. Okay. After the surveillance, we recognize 22 countries that in favor with the motions, and we at least need 25 plus 1. So therefore, the motion that proposed by the delegates of Indonesia are failed. Next. Moving on to the voting session for the motion that proposed by the delegates of Azerbaijan. For those delegates who in favor with the motion of that proposed by delegates of Azerbaijan, you may raise your placards now. High, raise high. Okay. Okay. Thank you, delegates. You may lay down your placards now. After the surveillance, we recognize enough delegates who agreed upon the motion. So therefore, the motion that proposed by the delegates of Azerbaijan are passed. Delegates of Azerbaijan proposed 10 minutes to speak upon the motion and 1 minute for each delegate. So therefore, there is 10 delegates will speak upon the motions. For those delegates who wish to speak upon the motions, you may raise your placards. You may raise your placards now. Delegates of Paraguay, raise your placards high. Delegates of Mongolia. Delegates of Bulgaria, delegates of China, delegate of Israel, delegates of El Salvador, delegates of India, delegates of United Kingdom, delegates of Armenia, delegates of Qatar, Pardon Qatar, for delegate of Qatar, pardon, because we already fulfilled for 10 speaker, so you might be will speak for other motions. Sorry for the mistake, our deep apologize. Delegates, you may lower down your placards, please. For the delegates of Azerbaijan, you want to speak at first or at last? Delegates of Azerbaijan.
Honorable Chair, the delegates, the delegates of Azerbaijan support this unmoderated.
Pardon, you want to speak at first, delegates, or speak at last in the session?
Yes, we speak at first.
At first, okay. Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Azerbaijan, you may speak upon the motion starting from now.
Okay. Okay, Honorable Chair, the delegates of Azerbaijan support this unmoderated caucus because sustainable reconstruction cannot succeed without a secure and stable environment. Azerbaijan believes that ensuring the safety of civilians, protecting critical infrastructure, and promoting coordinated international efforts are essential prerequisites for rebuilding Gaza. Drawing on the own post-conflict reconstruction experience, Azerbaijan emphasized that secure and development must advance together to create the condition for lasting peace and economic recovery. Back to Chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates. So you yield the time back to the chair. Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next speaker, the delegates of Paraguay. The delegates of Paraguay, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Paraguay believe that lasting reconstruction in Gaza cannot be achieved without security and stability. However, these efforts must be pursued through peaceful dialogue, respect for international law, and cooperation within the United Nations-centered multilateral framework. Only a secure and inclusive environment can ensure sustainable recovery for the people of Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. You still have half minutes. Want to yield the time back to the chair, or you want to yield the time to other delegates?
Yield to delegates of Israel.
Okay, thank you, delegates. So by that, delegate of Israel, you will get 30 seconds additional time to speak upon the motion. Moving on to the next delegates. Moving on to the next delegates of Israel. Because you get additional time from the delegate of Paraguay, you may speak upon the motion for 1.5 minutes.
Honorable Chair, Israel would like to emphasize a critical distinction. Demilitarization must be treated as a precondition, not an outcome of reconstruction. History has already shown us the risk of reversing this order. Israel's unilateral withdrawal from Gaza in 2005 was carried out without verified security guarantees, and it created space for armed groups to rebuild their capabilities. If we allow large-scale reconstruction to proceed before verified demilitarization, we risk repeating the same cycle, rebuilding infrastructure that may once again be deferred for military purposes. This is why Israel's core position, no reconstruction without demilitarization, is not simply a national preference, but a lesson drawn directly from regional history. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates. You still have plenty of time. You want to yield the time to the chair or other delegates?
Back to Chair.
Back to chair. Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker upon the motions, the delegates of Bulgaria. The delegates of Bulgaria, you may start to speak now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bulgaria strongly supports this motion, for security is the precondition for reconstruction. A lesson drawn directly from our decades of peacekeeping experience since 1964. Bulgaria has offered its expertise in civilian police training to accelerate the phased handover of duties from the International Stabilization Force to vetted Palestinian police forces, as outlined in the Resolution 2803 mandate. Without a gradual security transition, reconstruction funds risk being wasted and a relapse into conflict. Bulgaria calls on this committee to prioritize a clear benchmark security transition timeline before large-scale reconstruction begins. As for all, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates. You still have 11 seconds. You want to yield the time to the chair or you want to yield the time to other delegates?
Yield the time back to the chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker upon the motions, the delegates of China. Delegates of China, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, reconstruction cannot succeed without a tolerable ceasefire and stable security environment. Rebuilding hospitals and homes is meaning if conflict resumes.
China called for a comprehensive and sustained ceasefire as the foundational step, followed by post-conflict governance based on the principle of Palestinians governing Palestine. Security arrangement must be mandated and monitored by the United Nations, not imposed unilaterally by any single power or non-UN body. A UN-authorized stabilization or peacekeeping presence developed in consultation with Palestinian institutions who will provide legitimate and impartial security guarantees, unlike externally controlled force that risks being seen as an occupying presence. China emphasized that lasting stability stems from political inclusion, not military control. Without Palestinian ownership of both security and governance, any peace remains fragile. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate of China. Moving on to the next speaker, the delegates of El Salvador. The delegates of El Salvador, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, the delegation of El Salvador support this motion. El Salvador believes that reconstruction cannot success without security, without a stable ceasefire, without control of weapons, and without guarantees against future conflict. Any rebuilding effort may be destroyed again. Based on our own history of rebuilding after civil war, El Salvador understands that security must be planned together with strong institutions and trust among communities, not treated as a separate issues.
Finish? Okay, thank you, delegates of El Salvador. You still have 30 seconds. You want to yield the time back to the chair, or you want to yield the time to other delegates?
I yield back to the chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker upon the motions, the delegates of India. The delegates of India, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, Namaste. The delegates of India affirm this motion because establishing absolute security and demilitarization as a prerequisite is the only way to ensure reconstruction, funding achieve actual development rather than fueling regional proxy wars. Our stance relies on two pragmatic realities. First, protecting capital from the conflict cycle. Pouring international resources into a security vacuum is a cyclical waste. Without verifiable demilitarization, critical infrastructure remains a target. For non-aligned states, conditioning funds on hard security guarantee ensures our contribution but lasting stability rather than temporary structures doomed to redestruction. Second, preventing resource diversion. Without robust international oversight, dual-use materials are inevitably co-opted by militant faction. We affirm.
Thank you, delegates. Your time is up. Moving on to the next speaker, the delegates from the United Kingdom, the UK. Delegates from the United Kingdom, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the United Kingdom consistent support for the two-state solution as the most viable pathway toward achieving a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace in the Israel-Palestine conflict. Its continued calls for an immediate ceasefire, the protection of civilians, and the unheralded delivery of humanitarian assistance to the Gaza Strip in accordance with international humanitarian law. As its Royal Permanent Member of the United Nations Security Council in promoting the peaceful resolution of conflict through diplomacy, dialogue, and negotiation, while supporting measures consistent with the Charter of the United Nations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, delegates. You still have 6 seconds. You want to yield the time back to the chair, or you want to yield the time to other delegates?
Back to chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker, the delegates of Armenia. The delegates of Armenia, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, the delegation of the Republic of Armenia believe that sustainable reconstruction cannot be achieved without security and stability. Rebuilding homes, schools, and hospitals will have little impact if violence continues to threaten civilians and essential infrastructure. Armenia therefore calls for an immediate and durable ceasefire, full respect for international humanitarian law, and strengthen United Nations coordination to ensure the safe delivery of humanitarian aid and reconstruction efforts. Furthermore, Armenia supports international monitoring mechanism to protect reconstruction projects, promote accountability, and build confidence among donors and affected communities. Only through a secure and stable environment can Gaza achieve long-term recovery and lasting
Thank you,
peace.
delegates of Armenia.
Thank you.
Your time is over.
Thank you, Chair.
Moving on to the next speaker. Upon the motions, the delegates of Mongolia. The delegates of Mongolia, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the delegation of Mongolia strongly support this motion. My delegation firmly believes that security and stability are the foundation for building a sustainable Gaza. No reconstruction project can success if humanitarian works, civilians, and infrastructure remain under constant threat. A secure environment is very essential. It ensures that international aid can be delivered safely and give global donors the confidence to invest without the risk of their efforts being destroyed. However, security must strictly respect international law, human rights, and civilian protection. Sustainable reconstruction is only possible when we establish a stable environment first. Therefore, we strongly urge all delegates to support this motion. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates. By that, we are finished to speak upon the motion that proposed by delegates of Azerbaijan. Moving on to next sessions, because we see most of the delegates here are already exhausted. We, under the discourse of the chair, we would like to suspend the debate for a while, for 10 minutes. You can use the time for going to the toilet or just want to stretching your body, just want to stand up. We will have 10 minutes of break. You may use it properly. And you may back to your chair at 10:12, okay? Thank you. sibuk. A gentle reminder for all delegates that the break time would almost over. So therefore, for those delegates who still outside, you may come inside and going back to your chair. I repeat, the break time would almost over. And for those delegates who still outside, you may going back inside and sit back to your chair, please. Thank you. General reminder for all delegates that still outside, you may going back to your chair because the sessions will be start immediately. And for those delegates who see their friend outside, you may call upon them for going inside because we will start the sessions again immediately. Because in this next session, we will not do another roll call. So therefore, you need to make sure that your teammates are inside and sit next to you. For those who don't get their mates or teammates are in sitting next to you, you may call them by your phone, or probably you can go and seeking for them. Because we will start the sessions right away, immediately. A gentle reminder, because in the previous sessions, we already undergo with 3 moderated caucus. So therefore, in this next sessions, you may propose for unmoderated caucus as a form of debate. Does anyone here? Is there any? Some of your friends are still outside. Is there any? Okay. Delegates of Argentina, does your member is complete, or is there no one there? Delegates of Argentina. Teman-temannya sudah datang semua. Oke. Okay, moving on. We will start the session. Is there any motion on the floor for those delegates who are willing to propose a particular motions? You may raise your placards now. Delegates of South Africa? Ini kan propose 3 aja. Okay. Other delegates, you may lower down your placards. Okay, delegate of South Africa, you may stand your motions, please. You may start to speak now, please.
The delegate from South Africa would like to raise a motion for moderated casus, strengthening the representation of Africa in global South in global peace governance. Thank you.
Okay, for how much time?
20 minutes.
20 minutes for how many minutes for each delegates?
2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. Thank you,
Chair.
delegates. We want to clarify, is this the right point that you propose on the screen? Strengthening the representation of Africa for global South governance. Yes or no? Is there an objection or comments, additional point that you want to add?
Yes.
What is that? Oh, yes? Yes, is a right motion that you propose?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
thank you,
thank you.
delegates. Next, moving on to the next motions. For those delegates who are willing to propose a particular motions, you may raise your placards. You may raise your placards now. Okay. Delegates of Hungary, you may state upon your motions, please. Please, you may start to speak now.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, we request for a moderate caucus on the mechanism for allocating the Russian Federation's proposed $1 billion contribution drawn from immobilized Russian sovereigns assets held in Western financial institutions toward the $71.4 billion Gaza Reconstruction Fund for a total time of 15 minutes with 60 seconds per speaker.
15 minutes. Okay. Thank you, delegates. We want to clarify, is this direct motion that you propose, the point?
Yes.
And probably, can you summarize, make it short regarding the motion?
That's right. Right.
Because,
Yeah, that's right.
yes, I mean, because our note taker didn't really get, because it's too. Can you repeat it one more time? Reread it.
We request for a moderate caucus on the mechanism for allocating the Russian Federation's proposed $1 billion contribution drawn from immobilized Russian sovereigns assets held in Western financial institutions toward the $71.4 billion Gaza Reconstruction Fund for a total time of 15 minutes with 60 seconds per speaker.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Okay, moving on to the next motions of the session. For those delegates who are willing to propose a particular motions, you may raise your placards now. Delegates of Iran, you may stand your motions, please.
The delegate of Iran would like to raise a motion for a moderated caucus on the subtopic the marginalization of Palestinian representation within the Board of Peace governance structure for the 15 minutes total and 2-minute individual speaking time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, delegates.
You're welcome.
Oh, okay. Pardon, delegates, for 2 minutes, I think it's not possible. We suggest you to choose how many? 90 seconds at least. What do you think? What your delegates think about it?
What about 1.5 minutes?
1.5 minutes is okay. 90 seconds is equal to 90 seconds. Thank you, delegates. Okay.
Thank you.
Udah 3 ya? Okay. Thank you, delegates. Moving on to the voting session. For those delegates who in favor or agreed upon the motion that proposed by South Africa delegates, you may raise your placards now, as high as possible. For those who in favor with the motions, you may raise your placards. Okay, thank you, delegates. Because there's only 6 delegates who in favor with the motion, so therefore the motions are failed. Moving on to the next voting sessions. For those delegates who in favor and agreed upon the motions that proposed by the delegates of Hungary, you may raise your placards now. Okay, thank you, delegates. You may lay down your placards. Okay. After the surveillance, we recognize there is more than 50% of the delegates that vote agreed and in favor with the motion proposed by Hungary. So therefore, the motions are passed. Okay, for delegates from Hungary, you want to speak last or first? Last. Okay, thank you, delegates. Okay, we are open for country that willing to speak upon the motion. For those country who willing to speak upon the motion proposed by the delegates of Hungary, you may raise your placards now. Delegate of Japan, delegate of Spain, delegate of Saudi Arabia, delegate of Pakistan, delegate of Qatar, delegate of Ukraine, delegates of Italy, delegates of Argentina, delegates of Canada, delegates of Bahrain, delegates of Russia. How many more? Delegates of Oman, delegate of the United States of America. Thank you. because there's already 15 countries that has been in the list. So we will start the session up to speak upon the motion. For the first speaker is the delegates of Japan. For the delegates of Japan, you may start to speak now.
Distinguished delegates, if the Board of Peace is to gain global legitimacy, its financial system must be clean from geopolitical interests. Japan strongly argues that reconstruction for Gaza must not be used as political leverage. Therefore, Japan proposed a financial neutrality protocol. Under this protocol, all funds collected by the Board of Peace must be deposited into a multilateral trust fund managed under UN supervision and audited by independent international auditors. We must ensure that every single dollar goes directly to the people of Palestine and the reconstruction of the Levant, not fund political agendas. We urge the sponsor of Board of Peace to accept these oversights for the sake of transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. You still have 20 seconds. Do you willing to yield the time back to the chair?
The time to the chair.
Back to the chair. Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker, the delegates of Spain. The delegate of Spain, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, and fellow representatives, the Kingdom of Spain believes that sustainable peace cannot be imposed by a single actor but must be built through inclusive international cooperation. As the humanitarian crisis in Gaza continues to affect millions of civilians, the international community faces an important question. Can peace truly be achieved without legitimacy, representation, and multilateral support? Spain is honored to participate in this session and looks forward to engaging in constructive dialogue with fellow member states. Spain firmly believes that any mechanism established to govern post-conflict Gaza must operate within an internationally recognized framework, preferably under the supervision of the United Nations. Spain continues to support the two-state solution and remains committed to international law, diplomacy, and the peaceful resolution of conflicts. As a strong advocate of multilateralism, Spain believes that sustainable peace can be achieved through collective international efforts rather than unilateral.
Thank you, delegates. Your time is up.
Thank you, Chair.
Moving on to the next delegates to speak upon the motions, the delegates of Saudi Arabia. Delegates of Saudi Arabia, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia welcomes this moderated caucus as it addresses not only financing but also the credibility of international governance. Saudi Arabia believes that any contribution, including the Russian Federation proposed $1 billion allocation, must be managed through transparent, accountable, and internationally supervised mechanism. The Board of Peace offers precisely this framework, rather than allowing reconstruction funds to become subject to political disputes. The board provides neutral oversight, ensuring that every dollar reaches the people of Gaza efficiently and in accordance with humanitarian priorities. Furthermore, reconstruction is not merely about rebuilding infrastructure, it is about restoring dignity, stability, and hope. The Board of Peace can coordinate with the United Nations, international financing institutions, and regional stakeholders to establish rigorous auditing, face disbursement, and measurable reconstruction benchmark. For Saudi Arabia, the priority is clear: humanitarian
Thank you,
assistance.
delegates. Your time is up.
Thank you, Chair.
Moving on to the next speaker upon the motion, the delegates of Pakistan. The delegates of Pakistan, you may start to speak now. Pardon, delegates? You can turn on your mic, please. Pardon? This is not audible. Maybe the technician.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, delegation of Pakistan support this motion. The $71.4 billion Gaza reconstruction funds requires immediate concerted funding, and this $1 billion contribution from immobilized assets is a crucial starting point. However, we must urgently establish a transparent, and efficient mechanism to allocate these funds. We need to ensure and this money bypass political delays and directly reaches the ground to rebuild critical infrastructure such as hospitals, school, and water system. Pakistan argues all delegates to vote in favor of this caucus so we can secure a clear vertical framework for this vital
Thank you, delegates.
cause.
Your time is up. Moving on to the next speaker upon the motions, the delegates from Qatar. The delegates from Qatar, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the State of Qatar proposed a solution that addresses everyone concerned. Let us channel and secure this Russian funding by integrating it directly into the Board of Peace Trust Fund, backed by Qatar's own 1 billion commitment, by synchronizing this resource under a unified, neutral UN framework managed by a joint mediation task force. We solve the great work of political polarization, eliminate the risk of unilateral coercion.
Okay, thank you, delegates of Qatar. You still have 22 seconds. You want to yield the time back to the chair, or
Qatar yield to Israel?
to Israel?
Israel nggak ada di list. Oh, nggak ada di speaker list.
Pardon, delegate, Israel is not on the list. Back to the chair.
chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker on the motions, the delegates of Ukraine. The delegates of Ukraine, you may start to speak now.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Ukraine emphasized that the financial burden of post-conflict recovery must be not borne by commercial peace framework. True justice dictates that the cost of rebuilding devastated infrastructure must be extracted directly from the preparator of aggression. Therefore, this committee must establish a structure, legal mechanism to permanently seize and allocate the frozen sovereign asset of the Russian Federation. Rather than relying on the Board of Peace transactional model, where global governance is leveraged for 1 billion entry-free, we must reallocate these frozen assets under the democratic oversight of the UN General Assembly. Ukraine proposed that these would be managed through an independent auditing panel to guarantee absolute transparency. This mechanism will ensure that seized assets are legally redirected to restore critical...
Thank you, delegates. Your time is up.
Yep.
Moving on to the next speaker upon the motions, the delegates of Italy. Delegates of Italy, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Italy takes note of the Russian Federation proposed $1 billion contribution to Gaza's reconstruction and welcomes any genuine effort to broaden the base of international funding beyond as a single actor control. However, Italy must ask, through which mechanism will these funds be allocated, monitored, and made accountable to this assembly? A contribution of this scale, made outside a transparent multilateral tracking system, risks repeating the very problem Italy has already raised regarding the Board of Peace. Funding without oversight becomes leverage, not aid. Italy proposed that any bilateral contribution to Gaza's reconstruction, including this one, be cancelled through the joint UN-BOP financial tracking mechanism we have previously called for, with mandatory reporting to this assembly every 6 months as required under the resolution of the 2803. Generosity without transparency is not reconstruction, it is influence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker upon the motions, the delegates from Argentina. The delegates of Argentina, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Argentina believes that reconstruction funding must comply with international law and respect state sovereignty. While Argentina welcomes financial contribution for humanitarian purposes, any transfer of frozen sovereign assets should only occur through internationally recognized legal mechanism and with broad international consensus. Transparency, legality, and accountability are essential to maintaining trust in the international system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, delegates. You still have 27 seconds. You want to yield the time to other delegates, or you want to yield the time back to the chair?
Yield back to the Chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker upon the motion, the delegates of Canada. The delegates of Canada, you may start to speak now.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. While Canada deeply cares about the humanitarian situation in Gaza, we must address the mechanism of this motion. Canada cannot support a mechanism where the Russian Federation retains unilateral control over this fund. For the sake of transparency in international law, Canada demands that Russia hand over this $1 billion entirely to the United Nations. The UN, not Russia, must manage and distribute this aid. We must ensure this funding is used purely for civilian reconstruction, free from any stage political agenda. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, delegates of Canada. You still have 16 seconds. You want to yield the time to the chair?
Back to the chair.
Back to the chair. Okay, thank you very much, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker upon the motions, the delegates of Bahrain. The delegates of Bahrain, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, Bahrain seconds this motion. Bahrain remains open to funding contributions from any source, including immobilized Russian assets, provided allocation flows through a transparent mechanism such as the Board of Peace, not a bilateral channel prone to politicization. Bahrain will highlight the importance of that asset's legal status to avoid jurisdictional disputes that could delay reconstruction.
Thank you, delegates. You still have 28 seconds. You want to yield back to the chair, or you want to yield the time upon the other delegates?
Back to the chair.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you,
delegates.
Chair.
Moving on to the next speaker upon the motion, the delegates of Russia. The delegate of Russia, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, this is not a debate about the broader geopolitical dispute over frozen assets. This is a technical and humanitarian question. How do we responsibly channel available funds toward a reconstruction effort that cannot wait? Okay, firstly, urgency. Gaza's reconstruction needs are immediate and well documented. Second, accountability. This motion does not ask the committee to endorse any single narrative about asset ownership. Third, precedent. How this committee handles disputed or immobilized assets today will shape how future humanitarian financing is structured. We urge delegates to engage with the substance, disbursement structure, oversight bodies, timelines, rather than the politics surrounding the source of funds. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, delegates of Russia. You still have, okay, only 4 seconds. 5 seconds.
We yield back to the chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker upon the motions, the delegates of Oman. The delegates of Oman, you may start to speak now.
Okay, Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Sultanate of Oman welcomes this motion and recognizes the importance of establishing a transparency and accountable mechanism for the allocation of reconstruction funding for Gaza. Oman believes that these resources should be directed toward essential humanitarian needs, including healthcare, education, housing, clean water, and critical infrastructure under appropriate international coordination to ensure effectiveness and accountability. Furthermore, Oman emphasized the reconstruction should be accompanied by continued dialogue, humanitarian access, and multilateral cooperation, as sustainable peace requires both rebuilding communities and fostering mutual understanding. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, delegates. You still have 13 seconds. You want to yield back to the chair or yield back to the other delegates?
Back to the chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker upon the motions, the delegates of the United States of America. The delegates of the U.S., you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, the delegates of the United States rise in support of this motion. The United States welcomes any credible pledge that advance the reconstruction of Gaza, and we recognize that a $1 billion contribution draw from immobilized Russia's sovereign asset held in Western financial institutions, represents a meaningful step toward closing the $71.4 billion reconstruction. We support debating the mechanism for allocation that's fund because it is precisely on the question of transparency, disbursement, and accountability that this contribution must be tested. The United States is that any as allocation be channeled through the Board of Peace mechanism, subject to independent auditing and clear benchmarks, so that not a single dollar is different from the people of Gaza. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, delegates. You have 5 seconds. Time left. You want to yield back to the chair?
Back to the chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to the next speaker upon the motions, the delegates of Hungary. The delegate of Hungary, you may start to speak now.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. The delegation of Hungary recognized that the adequate financial resources are essential for Gaza's reconstruction. However, Hungary believes that the success of reconstruction should not be measured solely by the amount of funding, but by the effectiveness, transparency, and accountability of its allocation. Rather than focusing exclusively on the origin of financial contributions, the Board of Peace should establish a humanitarian coordination mechanism to coordinate priorities, identify urgent humanitarian needs, and ensure that reconstruction funds are distributed fairly and efficiently. Furthermore, Hungary supports the creation of humanitarian monitoring and liaison team to monitor implementation and strengthen international confidence through transparent reporting. Hungary believes that coordinate governance...
Thank you, delegates. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
By that, we are finished speaking upon the motion. Oh, yes, okay. Pardon my mistake. Moving on to... We suggest you to propose for the unmoderated caucus, the informal one. For those delegates who want to propose the unmoderated caucus, you may raise your placards. Delegates of the United States of America, you may propose for the unmoderated caucus, please.
Honorable Chair, the delegates of United States of America move for an unmoderated caucus of 10 minutes to consolidate position and make working papers among sponsoring delegation.
10 minutes. Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the voting. For those delegates who in favor with the proposal of unmoderated caucus by the delegates of the United States, you may raise your placards now. Okay. Thank you, delegates. After the surveillance, we recognize there is enough delegates to agree upon the motion. So therefore, the motion for the unmoderated caucus are passed. So delegates, you have 10 minutes. We are now in unmoderated caucus for 10 minutes. So delegates can get up from the chair and discuss with each other informally. However, you still cannot go outside. You may not leave the room. So yeah, you can walk around. You can discuss with your peers and your partner, your associate in some corner here. You want to propose like strategy or something? Yes, feel free to move. Okay. And also, you may use this unmoderated caucus for forming your working paper and last. Okay, so the unmoderated caucus will start from now, please. Pardon delegates, reminder that the unmoderated caucus would be end immediately within 30 seconds. So I would like to remind you that be quick, and afterwards you can going back to your chair, because we will start the next session immediately. Okay, 10 seconds. Delegates, you may going back to your chair because the unmoderated caucus would be over. Gentle reminder, on is over. Gentle reminder for all delegates, you may come back to your seat because the session would be start immediately. Gentle reminder for all delegates, you may come back to your seat because the session would be start as soon as possible. Okay, delegates, thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the unmoderated caucus session. Moving on to the next sessions, ever since we still have one more unmoderated caucus proposed by Iran that didn't get vote yet. So therefore, we will start the voting sessions upon the motion that proposed by the delegates of Iran. You can see on the screen. For those delegates who in favor and agreed upon the motions that proposed by the delegates of Iran, you may raise your placards now. Can you raise your placards high as possible? In order to, we can see you. Okay. Thank you, delegates. You can lower down your placards. After the surveillance, we recognize not enough delegates to agree upon the motion, so therefore, the motions that proposed by the delegates of Iran are failed. Thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next sessions, is there any motions or point for those delegates who are willing to propose a particular motions? You may raise your placards now. Delegate of France, you may to start to state your motions now.
The delegates from France would like to raise a motion for 20 minutes in total, 2 minutes individual speaking time. The motion is French need to discuss the institutional reform of the Board of Peace to ensure compatibility with the United Nations-Centered Multilateral System.
Thank you, delegates.
Thank you.
We want to clarify, is the motion that we type on the screen is the right point that you propose? Okay, thank you. Moving on, is there any point and motion for those delegates who are willing to propose the next motions? You may raise your placards now. The delegates of Ireland, you may state your motion now.
The delegation of Ireland will let's raise a motion for all moderate cases on the topic of reaffirming the central role the United Nations as the sole legitimate forum for global peace and security.
Pardon, delegates, for how many minutes and how many minutes per delegates who speak upon the motion?
With a total duration of 20 minutes.
And for each delegates?
And an individual speaking time of 2 minutes.
Okay, 20. We want to clarify, is the motion that we type on the screen our right point on your motions? Yes?
Sorry, for the motion that we give is reaffirming the central role of the United Nations as the sole legitimate forum for global peace and security.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Is it right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, delegates. We have 2 motions here. Moving on to the next motion, so we will have 3 motions that will be voted. For those, is there any motion or point on the floor? For those delegates who are willing to propose a particular motions, you may raise your placards now. Delegates of Germany, you may stand your motions now. Delegates?
Our delegates of Germans want to propose motions for a total 20 minutes and 2 minutes per each person to integrating the BOP within the existing multilateral peace-building framework of the United Nations.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Want to clarify, is this the motions and point are correct one that you propose? Yes or no? Is there any additional comment?
Multilateral peace building.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the voting session, for those delegates who are in favor, with the motion proposed by the delegates of France, you may raise your placards now. Okay. After the surveillance, we recognize not enough country for the motion to be passed, so therefore the motion that proposed by the delegates of France are failed. Moving on to the next motions that proposed by the delegates of Ireland. For those delegates who in favor or agreed upon the motion that proposed by the delegates of Ireland, you may raise your placards now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 20, 21. Okay. Thank you, delegates. You may lower down your brackets because of it's not fulfilling the minimum requirement of the delegates to be in favor with the motion. So therefore, the motion that proposed by the delegates of Ireland are failed. Moving on to the last motion in this session, the motion that proposed by the delegates of Germany. For those countries who in favor and agreed upon the motion that proposed by the delegates of Germany, you may raise your placards now. Okay. 21. Thank you, delegates. You may lower down your placards. After the surveillance, we recognize not enough delegates to agreed upon the motion, so therefore, the motion that proposed by the delegates of Germany are failed. Moving on, we will open up for the agenda of the next motions. Is there any motion on the floor for those countries who are willing to propose a particular motion? You may raise your placards now. Delegates of Finland, you may state your motions, please.
The delegates of Finland would like to propose a moderated caucus to discuss the multilateral state in refusing participate in autonomous peace bodies outside the UN framework to preserve the supremacy of international law and sovereign equality.
Thank you, delegates. For how many minutes, pardon?
For 20 minutes.
20 minutes and...
With 2 minutes each speaker.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on to, for those countries willing to propose another motions, you may raise your placards now. Delegates of Uzbekistan, you may start upon your motion, please. Delegates of Uzbekistan.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Delegation of Uzbekistan moves to for a moderated caucus on establishing a transitional governance and accountability mechanism to prevent the misuse of reconstruction resource in Gaza for a total time of 10 minutes with 1 minute per speaker.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Pardon, delegates of Uzbekistan, we want to clarify is the motion that we type upon the screen is the correct one, the correct point that you propose? Yes or no? Is the right point?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Okay, moving on for last motions for the session. For those delegates who are willing to propose a particular motions, you may raise your placards now. Delegates of Japan. Delegates of Japan, you may state your motions, please.
The delegate of Japan would like to raise a motion for a moderated caucus for 10 minutes in total with 1 minute individual speaking time to discuss the initiation for secure humanitarian corridors and the reconstruction of critical health infrastructure in Gaza based on human security principles.
Thank you, delegates. So by that, we get 3 motions in the sessions. Moving on to the voting sessions for the first motion that proposed by the delegates of Finland. For those delegates who are in favor and agreed upon the motion that proposed by the delegates of Finland, you may raise your placards now. Thank you, delegates. You may lower your placards. After the surveillance, because there is not enough delegates who agreed upon the motion, so therefore the motions are failed. Moving on to the motion proposed by the delegate of Uzbekistan. For those delegates who in favor and agreed upon the motion that proposed by delegates of Uzbekistan, you may raise your placards now. Okay, thank you, delegates. You may lower down your placards. After the surveillance, we recognize enough member of delegates to agreed upon the motion. So therefore, the motions that proposed by the delegates of Uzbekistan are passed. So we have 20 minutes total and 2 minutes for each speaker. So therefore, there will be 10 speakers that will speak upon the motion. Moving on, for those delegates who are willing to speak upon the motion that proposed by the delegates of Uzbekistan, you may raise your placards now. 10 Uzbekistan. Yeah. Delegates of Vatican City, delegates of China, delegates of Spain, delegates of Portugal, delegates of Palestine, delegates of United Arab Emirates, delegates of India. How many more? Yeah. Delegates of Kuwait, delegates of Sudan. Thank you. There's enough speaker for the motions, 10 speaker. Moving on to the first speaker upon the motion that proposed by the delegate of Uzbekistan. Before that, delegate of Uzbekistan, you wish to speak at first or last? Delegate of Uzbekistan?
First.
First, okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on for the first speaker in this motion, the delegates of Uzbekistan, the delegates of Uzbekistan, you may start to speak now.
Thank you, Chair. As a reconstruction effort in Gaza advance, this committee bears a shared responsibility to ensure that resources allocated for humanitarian and infrastructural recovery are administered with full transparency and accountability. A structured deliberation on this matter will enable delegation to exchange perspective on appropriate oversight mechanism, coordination frameworks, and safeguards against the diversion or misappropriation of aid. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. You still have plenty of time here. 1 minute 24 seconds. You want to yield the time back to the chair or want to yield time to the other delegates?
Yield to Vatican City.
Yield to the Vatican City. Vatican City, you get time for 24 seconds. 3 minutes, 24 seconds. For the delegates of Vatican City, you may start to speak now.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Holy See support effort to establish effective government and accountability during reconstruction of Gaza. However, such mechanisms should remain temporary and operated under the coordination and oversight of the United Nations. This approach ensures legitimacy, prevents institutional overlap, and promotes lasting peace toward international cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. You still have plenty of time here. Almost 3 minutes. You want to yield the time back to the chair or want to yield the time to the other delegates?
Back to the chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker. Upon the motions, the delegate of China. The delegate of China, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, the reconstruction of Gaza is not merely a logistical challenge, it is a governance challenge. Billions of dollars in aid and investment mean little without a transparent, accountable structure to ensure they reach the people who need them. Rather than being captured by unaccountable actors or used as tool of political control. The People's Republic of China believes that any transnational governance mechanism for Gaza's reconstruction must satisfy three core conditions. First, it must operate under the authority and oversight of the United Nations, ensuring accountability to the international community as a whole rather than to a select group of self-appointed stakeholders. Second, it must guarantee substantive Palestinian participation at every level of this decision-making, from fund allocation to project implementation, consistent with the principle of Palestinian governing Palestine. Third, it must include robust, independent auditing and reporting mechanism so that member states, donors, and the Palestinian people alike can track how resources are used. China cautioned against governance models that concentrate authority in the hands of external actors while offering Palestinians only a symbolic or advisory role. Such arrangement repeat the failures of past intervention, where reconstruction became conditional on political complaints rather than humanitarian need. Drawing from the spirit of the Beijing Declaration, which emphasized Palestinian unity and self-representation, China proposed that this assembly support the creation of a UN-supervised reconstruction authority, with rotating oversight from regional stakeholders and binding transparency requirements for all private and public contributors. Accountability is not a bureaucratic detail, it's the foundation of legitimacy. Without it, reconstruction risks becoming reoccupation by another name. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next delegate speak upon the motions, the delegate of Spain. The delegate of Spain, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, the Kingdom of Spain proposed any mechanism similar to the Board of Peace should be integrated in the existing United Nations framework inside of one station. As an independent institution, the United Nations should maintain its central coordinating role in humanitarian assistance, reconstruction, and post-conflict governance, while working closely with regional organizations and relevant stakeholders. Spain further recommended establishing an in-school governance structure that guarantees meaningful participation by Palestinian representative regional actors, humanitarian organizations, and relevant UN agencies throughout every stage of the reconstruction process. In education, transparency and accountability mechanism should be introduced to ensure the international assistance is implemented effectively and consistently with international law. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, delegates. You still have plenty of time here, 43 seconds. Do you willing to yield the time back to the chair, or you want to yield the time go to the other delegates?
I yield back to the chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next speaker upon the motions, the delegates of Portugal. The delegates of Portugal, you may start to speak now.
The delegate of Portugal stand before this forum to address the motion on establishing a transnational governance framework and accountability mechanism for the reconstruction of Gaza. In resolving deeply entering systemic conflict, traditional state-centric approach has often reached a diplomatic impasse. Therefore, a transnational approach with full regional and international resources, authority, and oversight present a highly strategic path forward. Portugal foreign policy framework operates through our three primary pillars: prevent, partner, and protect. Under the partner pillar, Portugal recognizes the transnational administrative body specifically through the functional design of the Board of Peace and its National Committee for the Administration of Gaza can effectively utilize unilateral political basis. By establishing a transnational governance model will ensure that the interim administration of the Gaza Strip in backed by strong global responsibility render becoming a geopolitical battleground.
However, Portugal underscored that transnational governments demands institutionalized accountability mechanism in line with Portugal's official recognition of the State of Palestine on September 21, 2025, and our steadfast backing of the UN and UNRWA. We demand absolute financial transparency. The mobilization of international funds and private sector investment must be strictly audited by multilateral panels. This accountability is vital to ensure that recourse.
Thank you, delegates. Your time is up.
Thank you, Chair.
Moving on to the next delegates who speak upon the motion, the delegates of Palestine. The delegates of Palestine, you may start to speak now.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the State of Palestine welcomes this motion as effective governance and accountability are indeed essential for the successful reconstruction of Gaza. However, we firmly believe that governance mechanism must respect the Palestinian people's right to self-determination and must strengthen, not replace, legitimate Palestinian institutions. Reconstruction is not merely about rebuilding roads, schools, hospitals, and homes. It is about restoring the dignity, stability, and future of an entire population. For this reason, governance and accountability must be transparent, inclusive, and internationally credible. The State of Palestine proposed three guiding principles. First, reconstruction should be Palestinian-led. Decisions concerning Gaza's future must involve legitimate Palestinian institutions. Because lasting peace cannot be imposed externally, international assistance should empower Palestinian governance rather than substitute for it. Second, we support robust international accountability mechanism to strengthen donor confidence. Palestine welcomes independent financial audits, transparent procurement systems, periodic public reporting, and oversight by relevant United Nations agencies together with international financial institutions. This mechanism ensures that reconstruction funds are directed exclusively towards civilian needs, including housing, healthcare, education, water, electricity, and economic recovery. Third, governance must remain closely linked to humanitarian principle and international law. Reconstruction should never become conditional upon political interest or geopolitical rivalry. The primary objective must always be the protection of civilians, the restoration of essential service, and the promotion of long-term stability. Distinguished delegates, accountability should not be understood as a limitation of Palestinian sovereignty, but rather as a means of strengthening international
Thank you,
trust.
delegates. Your time is up. Moving on to the next delegate that speak upon the motion, the delegates of the United Arab Emirates. The delegates of the UAE, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the United Arab Emirates approves Gaza reconstruction as a moral and humanitarian imperative. Since our founding in 1971, humanitarian action has been the cornerstone of our foreign policy, reflected in over 98 billion US dollars in foreign assistance, and our standing as the world's third largest humanitarian donor in 2025. The comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict, endorsed by Security Council Resolution 2803, over Gaza a credible pathway forward through past security stabilization, transition to civilian governance, and the restoration of humanitarian aid. The UAE early and permanent membership in the Board of Peace reflect this long-standing commitment alongside our support for the Arab League Cairo framework upholding the territorial and political unity of Gaza and the West Bank. Building on this, the UAE proposed to concrete steps transforming the humanitarian logistic network into a standing regional supply hub for reconstruction and establishing a pooled, milestone-based reconstruction fund under the Board of Peace, jointly monitored to ensure transparency. We call upon fellow member states to consolidate their commitment into this shared mechanism so that reconstruction process transparently, sustainably, and collectively. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. You still have 35 seconds. Do you want to yield the time back to the chair, or want to yield back the time to other delegates?
The delegates of Kuwait.
Okay, delegates of Kuwait, you will get 35-second additional time to speak upon the motions. Okay, moving on to the next delegates that speak upon the motions, the delegates of Kuwait. The delegates of Kuwait, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, Kuwait support establishing a robust accountability mechanism, but accountability must be built into disbursement, not as a pretext to delay. As one of the large biggest donor to Gaza reconstruction, Kuwait has direct interest in ensuring funds reach the ground. Independent audit and independent auditing, transparent procurement, and fiduciary standard comparable to the World Bank Administration Reconstruction Fund. The fund should govern all traditional body. Kuwait future stresses that any transitional government mechanism must carry a clear timeline toward full Palestinian auditory responsibility. Accountability to donor cannot come all the expense of accountability to the Palestinian people themselves. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates. You still have 1 minute 18 seconds. Do you willing to yield the time back to the chair, or do you want to yield the time to other delegates?
Back to Chair.
Okay, thank you, delegates.
Thank you, Chair.
Moving on to the next delegates that speak upon the motions, the delegates of India. The delegates of India, you may start to speak now.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, Namaste. We must immediately establish a transitional government model and an independent accountability mechanism of Gaza. For hedging states, physical reconstruction without institutional stability is structural naivety. This dual architecture succeeds through two pillars. First, it archives administrative de-risking. International capital will not flow into a vacuum. By utilizing the transitional frameworks under the UN Security Council Resolution 2803, which balances the Gaza Executive Board with local technocrats, we create financially predictability. Backed by strict accountability mechanisms, we guarantee donors that aid will build civilian infrastructure entirely insulated by the division or corruption. Second, it acts as an incubator for sovereignty. Immediate political consolidation in a post-conflict environment is impossible. Transitional governments provide the stability required for local civil system to mature, protecting the state until a permanent recognized authority can take the reins. Transitional accountability is the structural armor that makes the future sovereignty possible. We affirm the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. You still have 32 seconds.
Back to the chair.
Back to the chair. Okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next delegates that speak upon the motion, which also become the last delegates that speak upon these motions, the delegates of Sudan. The delegates of Sudan, you may start to speak now.
The Republic of Sudan firmly believes that the reconstruction of Gaza must be guided by accountability, transparency, and full respect for international law. Reconstruction is not merely about rebuilding damaged infrastructure. It is about restoring hope, protecting human dignity, and ensuring that civilians can once again live in safety and security. To achieve this, effective accountability mechanisms are essential. They ensure that humanitarian assistance and reconstruction funds are distributed fairly, managed transparently, and directed toward those who need them most. Such mechanisms also strengthen the confidence of donor states, international organizations, and affected communities, making reconstruction efforts more sustainable and effective. Furthermore, Sudan emphasized that accountability must extend beyond financial
transparency. It must also reinforce compliance with international humanitarian law and promote the protection of civilians throughout the reconstruction process. A lasting peace cannot be achieved if reconstruction is carried out without respect for justice, human rights, and the rule of law. Sudan also calls for stronger cooperation among the United Nations, donor countries, regional organizations, and humanitarian agencies. Through collective action and shared responsibility, the international community can ensure the reconstruction effort address both the immediate humanitarian needs, the long-term development of Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. You still have 22 seconds, but there's no delegate that will speak after you, so therefore the time will yield back to the chair. By that, we are finished discuss upon the motions in this time, because after this, we have lunch and praying time, 11:30, and under the okay, thank you, delegates. Okay, thank you, delegates. Okay. The delegate of Paraguay proposed a motion to suspend the debate. Voting? Yeah. For those delegates who in favor and agreed upon the motions that proposed by the delegates of Paraguay, you may raise your placards. To suspend the debate, you want to go lunch. If it's not fulfilling yet, we will not going to lunch. Okay? After the surveillance, we recognize enough delegates to passing the motion, so therefore the motion that proposed by the delegates of Paraguay are passed. Thank you. We have how many time? Okay. 12:30. Okay. Okay, delegates. Now is the lunch and break time for 1 hour. So you can use the time wisely for having lunch and also pray. And we will going back exactly, oh my God. We will going back exactly at 12:30. Okay, thank you. And the session are suspend starting from now, please. You can go outside, you can start lunch. There's a buffet outside, so you can enjoy the food, the dishes that has been provided. Thank you. We'll see you later at 12:30.
minumannya.
Di The delegates.
To Elsa, please come forward.
Ayo suara kalian bocor suara.
Nin, tes tes.
Ikut si Elsa, PO. Kan berapa itu kecil?
Yang pacaran.
Kamu kan nggak ada ngomong.
Ini Is. Ada sedikit ngomong sama Is.
Gue dipilih. Isa, panggil Isa. Isa.
Tes.
Tes Siti di mana Siti?
Naura.
The delegate of US.
Hi guys.
Jadi satu aja, San. Dimakan, San. Apa? Ini kalau apa namanya? Jangan.
cek, satu.
Kau. Maul.
Ul.
Bareng.
Cek, satu, cek, satu, dua, cek. Cek.
Let's get it.
Tus.
Kecil loh. Jidan.
Ger.
Maroko.
Hala Madrid. Ini mana?
Mana?
Hala Madrid. Nama mana? Safaat.
Fiska Barka.
Katalunya bau.
Tuh kan nggak masuk
Syahtrialdi.
Rivaldi.
udah ya?
Hala Madrid.
Gak nyinggung sama boy.
Joko.
misalnya.
Tiga dosen kita bisa pilih di antara tiga.
Iya.
Nggak mau lagi.
Tes. Sekarang? Oke. Baik, bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back, delegates, to the venue. I hope you already do your lunch and pray and restore your energy. And then later in the sessions, we will have another excitement. Moving on, because now the chair is my companion, Katisa. So she will lead the sessions for the next one. In this session, we will have another roll call to get to know about delegates that are already in the venue. Please.
All right, thank you so much, my partner. So, hello guys. Today we're going to continuing the debate session, which we will start with the roll call sessions. Please, everyone, the delegates in here should be remain seated, and no one could go out in the outside unless they already permit. Then we call the first delegates of Argentina.
Delegates of Argentina are present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Armenia.
Delegates of Armenia is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Australia.
The delegates of Australia present.
Thank you. Delegates of Austria.
The delegates of Austria is present.
Thank you. Delegates of Azerbaijan.
The delegates of Azerbaijan is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Bahrain.
The delegates of Bahrain is present at voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Belarus.
The delegates of Belarus are present and will be voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Bulgaria.
Delegates of Bulgaria is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Canada.
Delegate of Canada are present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of China.
Delegates of China are present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Egypt.
Delegate of Egypt is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of El Salvador.
The delegates of El Salvador is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of European Union.
The delegates of European Union are present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Finland.
The delegate of Finland is present and will be voting.
Thank you. Delegates of France.
Delegates of France is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Germany.
Delegates
of Germany is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Hungary.
The delegates of Hungary is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of India.
The delegates of India are present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Indonesia.
Delegates of Indonesia is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Iran.
The delegates of Iran are present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Ireland.
The delegates of Ireland are present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Israel.
The delegates of Israel are present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Italy.
The delegates of Italy are present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Japan.
Delegates of Japan are present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Jordan.
The delegates of Jordan is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Kazakhstan.
The delegates of Kazakhstan is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Kuwait.
Delegates of Kuwait is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Mongolia.
The delegates of Mongolia is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Morocco.
The delegates of Morocco is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Oman.
The delegates of Oman are present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Pakistan.
Delegates of Pakistan are present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Palestine. Delegates of Palestine. Thank you. Delegates of Paraguay.
Paraguay are.
Thank you. Delegates of Poland.
The delegate of Poland is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Portugal. Thank you. Delegates of Qatar.
The delegates of Qatar is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Russia.
The delegate of Russian Federation is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Saudi Arabia.
The delegates of Saudi Arabia are present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of South Africa.
Delegates of South Africa is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of South Korea.
The delegates of South Korea is present.
Thank you. Delegates of Spain.
Delegates of Spain is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Sudan.
The delegates of Sudan is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Turkey.
Delegates of Turkey are present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Ukraine.
The delegates of Ukraine is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of United Arab Emirates.
The delegates of United Arab Emirates present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of United Kingdom.
The delegate United Kingdom is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of United States.
Delegate the United States is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegates of Uzbekistan.
The delegate of Uzbekistan is present and voting.
Thank you. The delegates of Vatican City.
The delegates of the Holy See is present.
All right, thank you guys. After the roll call, we can see that there are 49 delegates present. And moving to the debate session, are there any points or motion on the floor? Yes? Delegates of European Union?
The delegates of the European Union would like to propose a motion for an unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes for the purpose of block consolidation and collaborative drafting on
I'm sorry,
working paper.
Pardon me, delegates of European Union, you should state to raising the motion to open the debate session after the suspension. Then we will open again for the motion on the floor for moderated or unmoderated caucus.
Okay, Chair.
So please stating the motion of opening the debate again.
The delegates from the European Union would like to open the debate with the motions block consolidations and collaborative drafting on a working paper.
All right, thank you. So next, moving to the voting session, For those delegates who in favor to continuing the debate session for this session, so please raise your placard now. Okay, thank you so much. So the motion already passed. Now, is there any motion on the floor? Okay, please, European Union, you may propose.
The delegates of the European Union would like to propose a motion for an unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes for the purpose of block consolidations and collaborative drafting on a working paper regarding the UN BOP cooperative framework.
Thank you so much. Okay, we move to the voting session. For those delegates who in favor with the motion proposed by European Union, please raise your placard now. Okay, thank you, delegates. Since the votes is 22 delegates who voting the motion, means that the motion is failed. So we will opening the other motion on the floor. Delegates who wants to raise the motion, please raise your placard now. Okay, Austria, you may propose the motion.
Thank you, Chair. We want to raise a motion from our position paper. The title is urges the Board of Peace to function strictly as the technical implementing body under the direct coordination of the United Nations, rather than operating as a rival institution or a substitutive for the legitimate multilateralism system.
Okay, thank you. For the type of motion, would you like to propose the moderated or unmoderated caucus?
In unmoderated caucus.
For total time, 10 or 20 minutes?
20 minutes and 2 for other delegates.
Unmoderated doesn't have the each speaker time,
okay.
so it means
Sorry.
unmoderated caucus 20 minutes, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Right, moving to the voting session for the motion that has been proposed by the delegates of Austria. For those delegates who in favor with the motion proposed by delegates of Austria, please raise your placard now. Okay, thank you. Since the voting is 16 delegates, means that the motion is failed to be proposed. We would like to...
Sorry, Chair.
Yes?
The delegates of Iran rise to point of order.
Yes,
Can
please.
we? All right, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. So, the delegates of Iran thinks our debate is not fair because from the first session, we just see we not debate what actually our topic is about, and also we think the other opposite, like BOP opposition, not giving the not get a space to talk what actually what actually we want also. So can we just back to the topic, like BOP structure or the Palestinian participation in BOP. Because from the discussion before lunch, I think we just talk the Russian. We just talk about the stability and also security without seeing without see our stance as BOP opposition. We know that the motion will go into debate if the all delegates in this hall will vote, but we don't know why the BOP opposition like not get a space to talk about what actually we see about this topic. Thank you. Point of order, pardon.
Please, delegates of Russia, you may stand your stances, please.
The delegate of Iran, it's called democracy. Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, delegates.
The European Union also have the same concern about this because it's not real that Russia and America allies. It's not even real. Like, what about the other countries in this one? It's not democracy at all. Like those countries, all of this.
Point of order, have you seen the news, European Union? We never stated that we joined BOP, okay? Have you seen the news? That's what I ask you.
Point of order.
We don't really care about the news,
Point of
but
order.
we knew about the background.
So Russia, I think that's the reason why you need to know what the BOP opposition also want to talk about. Not just the BOP defenders to talk about. So give us space also to the chair. We wishes to the BOP, the country that actually in BOP opposition gonna talk about what our
Point of
scene.
order.
Yes,
So,
delegates.
is it true that you want to reform the formation of already signed, already agreed upon this UNGA format? Is that what you want, delegate of Iran? Yeah.
Point of order.
Order. Is this order? This is a formal discussion in parliamentary UNDC. So you may follow the order from the chair. So it is not a free debating flow, okay? So if you have a problem, if the delegates have a problem, you may propose a motions to conclude the problem. Is that clear, delegates?
Point of order, Chair.
Thank
Yes.
you, Chair.
I'm sorry, but there will be no progressions. We have proposed a lot of motions, and it declines. I'm sorry, but that's the truth.
Point of order. The delegates of
Yes, Chair.
Indonesia requires and
please.
encourages all international actors to go back to the very essence of our today's debate, the inclusivity of Palestine, and also about the fragmentation of multilateralism, and address the importance of humanitarian efforts in conflict zones. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegates. Since there are many point of orders under the discretion of dais, we suggest you to propose the motion for unmoderated caucus, which will be passing through the vote session, and please discussing within your alliance to address this issue carefully. So please, delegates who wants to raise the unmoderated caucus, raise your placard now.
Point of order.
Sorry.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, we would like to propose the motion first.
The delegates is not recognized to speak.
The chair doesn't accept the point of order for now, so please order. Wait, please, for the delegates who wants to raise the unmoderated caucus, please raise your placard. Hold on, please raise your placard now. Okay, delegates of Iran.
The delegate of Iran would like to raise a motion for unmoderated caucus on the subtopic the marginalization of Palestinian representation within the Board of Peace governance structure for total time 15 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, 20 minutes.
All right. All right, moving to voting session. For those delegates who in favor with the motion proposed by Iran for unmoderated caucus, please raise your placard now. Okay, thank you. Since the voters are 24 delegates, means that the motion is failed. So this is in order. Are there any motion on the floor? For those delegates who want to propose the motion, please raise your placard now. Delegates of European Union, please.
The delegates of the European Union would like to propose a motion for an unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes for the purpose of bloc consolidations.
All right, thank you. So for the voting session, for those delegates who in favor with the motion proposed by European Union, please raise your placard now. Okay, thank you. Since the vote is 22 delegates, means that the motion is failed.
Point of order, Chair. I'm sorry, but if this continues, the EU would like to leave the room.
So please be under the chair discretion. Please, delegates, if any delegates who propose the motion, please be cooperate together to voting yes or in favor for the motion in order to continuing the debate session. If this continuing up until the evening means that this meeting will be suspended. So please be cooperated in voting session. All right. Is there any motion on the floor? For delegates who want to raise the motion, please raise your placard. Okay, delegates of Russia, please.
Honorable Chair, the delegation of Russian Federation moved to form a committee of the whole for a total time of 10 minutes for the purpose of the conducting a clause-by-clause review and informal negotiation of the draft resolution on Gaza reconstruction. Thank you.
For the type of motion, is moderated or unmoderated, sorry?
Unmoderated.
Unmoderated. Okay, thank you. For the voting session, for those delegates who in favor with the motion proposed by Russia, please raise your placard now. Remember that the quorum will pass at least 25 delegates voting for this motion. Please, raising your placard and don't hesitate it. We will counting by now. Okay, thank you, delegates. Since the motion is already passed, you may discuss the unmoderated caucus and it's permissible to moving with your friends for the discussion. For 10 minutes, the unmoderated caucus motion will be start from now.
I'll bilang delegates. Delegates, I'll bilang delegates. Delegates, please take it seriously because this is a very terrible crisis. There is something that's wrong that happened. Please use these sessions as good as possible. We have at least 10 minutes to do informal discussions and negotiations. So once again, I remind you to use these sessions as good as possible. Thank you.
Pardon, delegates, a gentle reminder, you still have 3 minutes left. So make sure that your discussion will be quick and just remind the limited time, okay? Depends mereka. General reminder, delegates, you still have 40 seconds for the unmoderated caucus. Please be quick upon discussion and coordination. After the due times are over, you may going back to your seat immediately. Pardon, delegates, the time is up. You may going back to your chair immediately. I repeat, the times for the unmoderated caucus has over. You may going back to your seat immediately. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegates. Next, we move to the next session. We suggest you to propose the motion for the unmoderated caucus because it will be effective to working paper arrangement. Please, after this, be cooperated in voting session to pass the motion. Is there any motion on the floor? For those delegates who want to propose the motion, please raise your placard now. Okay, delegates of Austria, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Delegates of Austria want to suggest action, establish a BOP UN Coordination Office mandate to submit quarterly public reports and annual independent audit to the United Nations.
For the type of motion, is moderated or unmoderated?
Unmoderated caucus.
Since it's unmoderated caucus with the total duration time 10 minutes or 20 minutes?
20 minutes.
Okay, so after this, we as a chair would like to remind you to working on your working paper, and then it would be submitted to the drive link. Then we will continuing to proposing the motion for introducing the working paper. So for this unmoderated caucus, we move to the voting session. For those delegates who wants to in favor with this motion, please raise your placard now.
Delegates, you may raise your placards as high as possible and don't hesitate. Okay, don't hesitate to raise your placards. Okay, thank you. Pardon, don't hesitate. Don't hesitate to raise your placards. Yes, raise. If you're low, okay?
Okay, thank you, delegates. Since 28 delegates already vote this motion, means that the motion is passed. And we would like to start the unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes. Please remind that you will working on the working paper and will be submitted through the link of Google Drive. Then the unmoderated caucus will start now.
Aku bilang ya, buat reminder, buat working paper itu.
I don't know, because I feel it's Attention for delegates, the remaining time for unmoderated caucus is 5 minutes. And this is the link for submission, the working paper, which also could be accessed through the Google Classroom and also group WhatsApp. So please make sure that each delegate have to submit the submission of the working paper in the link. Thank you. Additionally, this link is only accessible for the education link of UII students account. So please make sure that you upload with the UII account for the drive. Thank you. Delegates, please pay attention for submitting the working paper using UII account, since we already received the personal account for upload the working paper. Make sure that you're login to the Google Drive or the Google form within the UII account. Thank you. The delegates, the time still 45 seconds. Please make sure that you preparing yourself to go to the seat for the next session. Thank you. Please, delegates, come back to your seat since the time is already up for unmoderated caucus. Order, delegates, please come back to your seat to continuing the session. Thank you. For those delegates who still upload the working paper in the link submission, please do it as soon as possible. Thank you. All right, thank you, delegates. Please be seated. For all delegates, we will continuing the session. Since the unmoderated caucus time is up, delegates who have not submitted the working paper yet, please submit it right now. All right, delegates, we already received several working papers from the delegates. This working paper will be approved and has been added to the has been added to be introduced for the next session, which is the proposing motion for introducing the working paper. For those delegates who wants to raise the motion to introduce the working paper, please raise your placard now. Reminder, for those delegates who wants to proposing the motion to introducing the working paper, please raise your placard now. Reminder for all delegates who want to submit the working paper should log in and using the UII account, not using the personal email account. Thank you. Since the Board of Dias already received the working paper with the title BOP Defender, for those delegates who wants to be represent the working paper introduction, please raise the motion first to opening the working paper introduction. So please, for delegates who wants to raise the motion for introducing the working paper, please raise your placard.
Excuse me, Chair. May I ask how to
Sorry,
Okay.
please state your country, please.
Okay. Okay. Excuse me, Chair. I'm from United Arab Emirates,
Okay,
and I want to ask how to introduce working paper. We must to come forward, right? We must to come forward to presentation our working paper right now.
Yes, sure. So before the presentation of the working paper, you should
To submit
propose
it.
submit it
I know.
to the Google Drive first, and then raising the motion for introduction of working paper. Then the representative delegates will present to all delegates in here.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you. All right, we will open the motion for the introducing the working paper. For those delegates who wants to propose the introduction of working paper, please raise your placard now. Is there any delegates who wants to propose the motion for introducing the working paper, please? All right. The delegates of United States of America, please propose your motion. Motion for introducing the working paper. Is there any motion from the United States delegates?
The reconstruction and financing of the Gaza Strip through the Board of Peace.
Sorry, can you repeat it?
The reconstruction and
Okay, so this is proposing motion for introducing the working paper. Means that you stating the delegates of United States would like to raise a motion for introducing the working paper.
the delegates of United States of America in speak in working paper.
All right, thank you. So for the voting session, for those delegates who in favor with the motion for introducing the working paper, please raise your placard now. Reminding that 25 delegates at least have to vote to pass the introduction, the working paper. Please do not hesitate to raise your placard. Okay, thank you. Since the motion already passed, we will move to the session of introducing the working paper. For delegates who wants to be represented to present their working paper, please raise your placard now. All right, the United Arab Emirates and the United States of America. First, the United Arab Emirates. Are you under the one working paper?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, should be one delegate who present their working paper, either the United States of Arab Emirates or the United States or Arab Emirates who wants to introducing or present their working paper?
Both of us, Chair.
Okay. Okay, please come to the stage to present your working paper for the delegates.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the time. I'm from United Arab Emirates, so standing for here. I want to presentation our working paper. Number one, affirms the establishment of the Board of Peace as the principal coordinating mechanism for the and financing of the Gaza Strip, recognizing that the urgency of the humanitarian recovery cannot wait for prolonged dispute over legitimacy, and that why Gaza requires a function mechanism rather than an unsolved debate.
Urges the creation of the Gaza Reconstruction and Financial Fund, administrates under an overseeing of the BOP, the mobilize and disburse resources efficiently with the following aims.
The number T. Okay. The number 3 calls upon regional partners and Gulf states to serve as guarantors of reconstruction financing, leveraging regional capacity and expertise to accelerate the recovery of the Gaza Strip while ensuring local ownership of rebuilding effort.
Okay, the number 4 emphasizes the BOP mechanism benefit every part present. Gaza receive urgently needed reconstruction funding. The international community gains a transparent and workable precedents for coordinated recovery, and contributing states demonstrate their commitment to a purpose and training stand behind.
The number 5 further recommend that the continued distribution and oversight of reconstruction funds be decided by the Board of Peace in coordination with relevant United Nations agency to ensure sustained, accountable, and diplomatically delivery of humanitarian assistance to the people of Gaza. Okay, thank you. That's all from us. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Is there any question for the working paper 1.1 that proposed by the delegates of United States and Arab Emirates, or there is an comment or feedback? All right, delegates of Iran, please state your speech.
Check. Thank you, Chair. We will, the delegates of Iran would like to give interruption for UII and also United States about this working paper. Since we not get a space to represent our motion, so we would like to ask your purpose to build BOP, to BOP, as for make a peace for the reconstruction of Gaza and Israel. But even you guys don't invite the Palestine become the member of the board of peace. For us, for the delegates of Iran, for our government, that doesn't make sense. How can you make some board for reconstruction for clear one conflict without invite the actually state need to invite and become member on your board? Just that, because in the debate we cannot ask this, we cannot also open the debate for this motion. So now we just gonna ask about that to directly to you, directly to the delegates of UII, and also especially the United States that actually try to make this world to become the unilateral with your hegemonic powers. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please, the delegates may answer.
Okay, thank you. Iran funds Hamas. After all, BOP was people from entities like that. Thank you.
Can you repeat, like the United States, like just not really can make us know what you want in the board of peace, or the United States just try to break the global south? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the nice for Iran like this. Once again, Iran will fund Hamas. The BOP was created to protect people from entities like that. Thank you.
Can you repeat it? Yeah.
Once again, Iran will fund Hamas. The BOP was created to protect people from entities like that.
Why doesn't America say that statement that United States also help the Israel for this? Of course we help the Palestine because we see this is not a conflict, but it's colonization. We can see that Palestine and also Israel is not the same. Even from the military, they didn't have the same. I mean the same like for the military, like they just didn't same. It's colonization. It's not a conflict. And you guys and the United States It's like, you want to make a peace, even you bombing us. So, what do you mean you want to make a peace from this board of peace? So, what you call your action to our country, the Republic Islamic of Iran? I need the United States delegates to answer my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The first, this is about the Israel. This is about the killing of Israeli civilians. And the second,
interruption.
About the
interruption.
Order.
And the second,
point
about
of order.
the accusation that
Order,
the
please.
UN cannot address the matter strictly.
Order, please.
Okay? Okay. Maybe that's all from us.
Response, please.
All right.
Okay, maybe that's all from us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegates of United Emirates Arab and United States. Please come back to your seat now. Since here already another working paper, please, the delegates of France, Germany, Iran, China, or Canada, which delegates who wants to present their working paper in the stage, please raise your placard. The delegates of France, Germany, Iran, China, and Canada, who wants to present your working paper in the stage, please raise your placard now. Once again, delegates of China, Canada, Germany, France, and Iran, who wants to present your working paper in the stage, please raise your placard now. All right, thank you, delegates of France. You may come to the stage to present your working paper.
Okay, thank you from this time and place. Delegates from France will read the working paper. What's our alliance work? First, we call upon all states participating the Board of Peace and invites its current leadership to undertake a fundamental institution reform the board so that it operates of the basic deliberation, transparent spotting, produce and rotating or collective decision making. Two, recommend that Board of Peace constitute as a subsidiary of affiliate body operating under the authority and oversight of the United Nations with a mandate that first, is strictly limited to the reconstruction and stabilization of Gaza. Second, is subject to period review and reporting to the Security Council and the General Assembly. Third, is automatically terminated upon the completion of the Palestinian Authority reform program and the achievement of the board state objective. Three, request the Secretary General in consultation with International Law Commission and interested member states to prepare a study on possible mechanism for the limiting of the exercise of the veto by permanent members of the Security Council, including inter-alliance, the concept of temporary cooling off period following the exercise of veto on matter of humanitarian urgency, and to report there on the General Assembly is the next session. Fourth, decide that states that are directly and regionally affected by a matter under consideration by Security Council, including with respect to the situation in Gaza, state of the Middle East region, should be entitled to participate without vote in relevant deliberation pursuant to Article 31 of the Charter and Rule 37 of the Security Council Provisional Rules of Produce. 5. Request the International Law Commission to undertake a study on strengthening compliance and enforcement mechanism within international legal order, examining options that move beyond a purely coordinative model toward more bidding forms accountability while explicitly safeguarding the foundational principle of the foreign equal of state, and to report preliminary findings to the General Assembly with 18 months. 6. Reforming the UNSC and institutionalizing the BOP as an extension of the UN framework to establish a transparent international conflict resolution mechanism that actively engage affected states. 7. Invites interested states to co-sponsor with this draft resolution and participate into the open consultation to reach agreement on the text of the resolution and request the Secretary to circulate this draft to all states for that purpose. Merci.
All right, thank you. Since already present for the second draft working paper, please, delegates who has question, raise your placard now. Is there any question for this working paper? Yes, please, delegates of India.
Okay, thank you so much for the chance. So my question is, what guarantee is there that placing the Board of Peace under the UN framework will make things any better? 4 decades before the Board of Peace existed, Palestine remained under the UN's responsibility, yet its sovereignty and statehood have never been secured too. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, can I order?
Yes.
Can I engage the European Union in the stage?
All right, the delegates of European Union, you may answer the question from delegates of India.
Okay, thank you for the questions. So, the background of the Board of Peace itself is the resolutions of 2803 in the UNSC. And before that, America always vetoes about the meetings about the Palestine and about the problems in Palestine. Isn't that hypocrisy? And they want to build a Board of Peace, establish a Board of Peace as a way to give us solutions, and then before that they vetoes. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
All right, thank you, delegates European Union. Is there any questions for the working paper? All right, since there is no question, thank you, delegates of France. You may be seated again. All right, moving to the next session, which is the draft resolution. For delegates, since we have to produce a draft resolution as a result of this meeting, is there any motion on the floor? Under the discretion of dais, we suggest you to open the motion for unmoderated caucus to producing a draft resolution. So, is there any motion on the floor? Yes, delegates of Russia.
The delegates of Russia would like to open a motion to further discuss the draft resolution on unmoderated caucus for approximately 15 minutes.
Sorry, for 10 or 20 minutes?
20 minutes.
20 minutes? All right, thank you so much. Since the Russia already proposed the motion, please, delegates who in favor with this motion, raise your placard now. Reminder that the quorum is 25 at least for passing the working paper production. Producing the draft resolution. Please raise your placard and don't hesitate to raise it. All right, it's not passed since the vote is only 24 delegates. Is there any motion on the floor? Please, delegates who wants to propose the motion, raise your placard. Thank you. Delegates of India, please propose your motion.
The delegates of India would like to raise a motion to working on draft resolution for approximately 20 minutes on unmoderated caucus.
Thank you. For the voting session, for those delegates who in favor with the motion proposed by delegates of India, please raise your placard now. Reminder that if the motion is not passed, we will be stuck in this session and we will not continuing the draft resolution. So please be cooperated with your friends. All right, thank you, delegates. You may put down your placard. Since the delegates already voting the unmoderated caucus for working on the draft resolution for unmoderated caucus 20 minutes, the unmoderated caucus start from now. Attention, for the draft resolution submission link is same with the previous one who already submit the working paper, so make sure that the title of your document is clear stating the draft resolution for this session. Thank you. Reminder, delegates, the time is still 1 minute and 50 seconds. Please make sure your draft resolution already submitted soon in the submission link, and make sure you log in and using the UII account to upload in the Google Drive. And make sure the name of the document should be final, which mentioning the draft resolution. Thank you. Please, delegates, come back to your seat since the time for unmoderated caucus already up. For all delegates, please come back to your seat now.
For those delegates in the corner, right there, please come back to your seat because the sessions for draft resolution has over. Therefore, we will proceed to another sessions afterwards. So I repeat, all delegates, you may come back to your seat immediately because we will proceed to sessions afterwards. Thank you.
All delegates should be seated in your seat. Please, we will continuing the session. All right, thank you guys. We're moving to the session of introducing the draft resolution. For those delegates who wants to propose the motion for opening the floor to introducing the draft resolution, you may raise your placard now. Once again, this is the session to continuing the introduction of draft resolution. For those delegates who wants to propose the motion to open the introduction of draft resolution, please raise your placard now. Thank you, delegates of Russia. Please propose the motion.
The delegate of Russia would like to propose a motion to introduce the draft resolution.
Thank you. Delegates of Russia, would you like to invite another delegates to accompany you to introducing the draft resolution? You may state the delegates. Delegates of Russia?
The United States, the delegate of United States of America.
All right, thank you. The delegates of United States and delegates of Russia, please come to the stage to introducing the draft resolution 1. The delegates of United States and Russia, please come to the stage. All right, the time is yours for delegates of United States and delegates of Russia.
Okay, thank you. Draft Resolution 1.1 and sponsor United States of America, United Arab Emirates, Israel, Russian Federation, and signatories Argentina, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Bahrain, Belarus, Egypt, El Salvador, Hungary, Jordan, Pakistan, Paraguay, Kuwait, Turkey, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, and Mongolia. And topic, post-conflict reconstruction, humanitarian aid, and long-term stability in Gaza and Middle East. The General Assembly get be the principle enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations International Humanitarian Law and relevant not-binding UN resolution amid at alleviating civilian suffering. Deeply concerned by the catastrophic humanitarian situation, the displacement of innocent civilians on the extensive, destructive of essential
Please,
civilian
delegates,
institutions.
move closer to the mic so it will be clear for
Sorry.
delegates. Thank you.
Infrastructure including hospitals, water facilities, and school in the Gaza Strip, reaffirming the inherent right of all member states to self-defense against acts of terrorism, while emphasizing that counter-terrorism operation must strictly adhere to international law and priorities the protection of civilian lives.
Stressing the absolute necessity of establishing rigorous, independent, and transparent oversight mechanisms to guarantee that the international aid, financial donations, and reconstruction materials are utilized strictly for civilian purposes and are not diverted to terrorist organizations. Convinced that sustainable peace and the successful reconstruction of Gaza can only be achieved through a negotiated two-state solution and the elimination of governance by illicit armed factions, emphasizing the critical role of regional partners and international financial institutions in stabilizing the economy and restoring civilian governance to the region. Recognizing that the demilitarization of the Gaza Strip constitutes an indispensable precondition for durable reconstruction, and that rebuilding efforts undertaken without prior verifiable disarmament risk the diversion of resources toward the resumption of hostilities. Emphasizes that the demilitarization of the Gaza Strip, including the verifiable disarmament and dismantling of armed non-state actors under independent international monitoring, shall proceed and condition large-scale reconstruction, with reconstruction proceeding in phases tied to demonstrable progress on demilitarization benchmarks.
calls for immediate creation of the Gaza Reconstruction Trust Fund, GRTF, to be managed jointly by the World Bank and United Nations agencies, ensuring international accountability and transparent disbursement of all reconstruction funds. Affirms the role of Board of Peace as the principal coordinating mechanism overseeing the reconstruction and financing of the Gaza Strip, and resolves that notwithstanding the administration of reconstruction funds through the World Bank or other international financial institutions, ultimate authority over the allocation, prioritization, and oversight of such funds shall remain vested in the Board of Peace and its contributing member states, so that no external institution may determine the direction of reconstruction financing without the consent and supervision of the participating states. Mandates the implementation of a comprehensive end-to-end tracking system for all incoming humanitarian and construction supplies entering the Gaza Strip, specifically requiring strict monitoring and regulation of dual-use materials, including but not limited to cement, steel, and chemical fertilizers, regular independent audits of all distributed funds, the immediate freezing of aid channels and international funding should any diversion to unauthorized militant groups or factions be identified. 2, encourage regional partners and international donors to coordinate financial contributions to prioritize the immediate restoration of critical civilian infrastructure with a primary focus on water desalination plants, electricity grids, and medical facilities. Urges the international community to support the gradual and verified transition of administrative, civil, and security authority in the Gaza Strip to a reformed and revitalized Palestinian Authority.
All right, thank you, delegates. Delegates, there has been a motion for question and answer session on the draft resolution 1.1. Could the sponsor of the resolution please come up to the dais? They will have 10 minutes to answer any technical question about the resolution. Is there any motion? Is there any question for the draft resolution point 1.1? Yes, please, delegates of France, please state your question.
Thank you, Chair, for change. The French delegation would like to ask, your goals are clear, but how will you ensure there will be no global fragmentation after this, while your position overlap? Thank you.
Is the question clear, delegates?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Please repeat the question, delegates of France.
Your goals are clear, but how will you ensure there will be no global fragmentation after this, while your positions overlap? Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegates of France, delegates of...
We would like to answer this. If you have been informed that the BOP actually was brought about into the UNSC, and it has been adopted legally, and there was no vetoed on the resolution of 2803. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any question for delegates of Russia and the US for the draft resolution? Yes, delegates of China, please state your question.
About clause 2F, mention the use of frozen or contest asset. How does the sponsor address potential violation of international property rights? Thank you.
As we have stated, the transparency, I'm sorry, can I look at this? I'm sorry. Tadi yang mana sih? Coba, mana? As in stated in clause 1.1, Point C, the BOP shall establish clear precedents for accountability so that donor confidence is preserved and contributions are demonstrably directed towards purposes the entire international community can stand behind. So we will establish a clear precedent.
Is it clear, delegates of China?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Is there any question for the draft resolution 1.1? All right, since there's no question, the delegates of US and Russia, please come back to your seat now. Thank you. The next draft resolution, is there any representative of delegates who wants to present the second draft resolution? Please raise your placard now. All right, the delegates of Iran in Indonesia, you may come to the stage to present your draft resolution. Thank you. All right, delegates of Indonesia and delegates of Iran, is it the document of the draft resolution that you already submitted? Refresh.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, we would like to present our draft resolution on the topic framework on the complementarity and accountability of parallel peace mechanisms. And we apologize for the time we took. Sorry.
All right. We stand in this hall today as the sponsor country for this draft resolution. We are coming from the delegates of Iran and also the delegates of Indonesia. And we hope all the delegates in this hall today hear clearly what we're going to say in our draft resolution. The first one, our topic, it is about framework on the complementarity and accountability of parallel peace mechanism. The General Assembly, reaffirming the purpose and principle enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations, in particular the sovereign equality of all member states and the maintenance of international peace and security as a collective responsibility of the entire memberships. Recalling General Assembly Resolution number 181.2 of 29 November 1947 on the partition of Palestine. Resolution number 3210 point and 3236 of 1674 recognizing the Palestine Liberation Organization as legitimate representative of the Palestinian people and affirming Palestinian rights to self-determination and national independence. And Security Council Resolutions 2334 2019 reaffirming the illegality of settlements in territory occupied since 1967, recalling further the Beijing Declaration of Ending Division and Strengthening Palestinian national unity, seen on 23 July 2024 by 14 Palestinian factions, which reaffirmed the Palestine Liberation Organization as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people and call for an internationality supervised process toward Palestinian unity and statehood, emphasizing that any mechanism established to address the situation in Gaza must derive its legitimacy from and remain accountable to the United Nations system as a whole, rather than from unilateral or exclusive arrangements among a limited number of actors. Convinced that lasting peace and stability in Gaza require multilateral oversight, transparent governance, and full respect for the principle of Palestinian ownership over their own political and reconstruction process. And here our point in this draft resolution.
To decide to reform and reconstitute the Board of Peace as a complementary body operating directly under the authority and oversight of the United Nations, structured as follows. The board shall operate on the basis of deliberation, transparent voting procedures, and rotating or collective decision-making, ensuring a genuinely multilateral platform on an equal footing among all participating members, including full and binding Palestinian representation. The mandate of the reconstituted board shall be strictly limited to the reconstruction and stabilization of Gaza and shall not extend to broader political or territorial determinations concerning the Palestinian people. It urges the reinforcement of the Security Council architecture and the formal integration of the reformed Board of Peace framework into a transparent international conflict resolution mechanism that actively engages affected states. Calls for the strict inclusion of directly and regionally affected states in security deliberations, and to this end decided that states directly affected by a matter under consideration by the Security Council, specifically regarding the situation in Gaza and the wider Middle East region, shall be entitled to participate without vote in relevant deliberations pursuant to Article 31 of the Charter of the United Nations and Rule 37 of the Security Council's Provisional Rules of the Procedure. Further recommends that the International Law Commission undertake a comprehensive study on strengthening compliance and enforcement mechanisms within the international legal order with the aim to explicitly safeguard the foundational constitutional principle of the sovereign equality of states. Reaffirms that Palestinian representation in any reconstituted Board of Peace or in any equivalent mechanism must carry binding decision-making authority equal to that of other participating members and shall not be limited to a consultative, observer, or symbolic role. Invites all interested member states to participate in continuous open consultations to further refine the mechanisms and requests the Secretariat to circulate this resolution to all regional delegations for that purposes and decides to remain actively seized of the matter. Thank you so much. That's all from us.
All right, thank you, delegates. Is there question for the draft resolution 2 that has been introduced by the delegates of Iran and Indonesia? Please raise your placard now. For those delegates who wants to give the questions to the draft resolution 2, please raise your placard. Yes, delegates of Israel, please state your question.
Honorable Chair, Israel appreciates the emphasis on UN centrality and Palestinian representations. However, we would ask the sponsors, does reinforcing UN oversight mean abandoning the operational speed and security link accountability that resolutions to 2803 was designed to provide? Israel believes UN.
I'm sorry, delegates of Israel, can you please stating your question clearly?
Okay.
Because the voice is inaudible. So please repeat your question.
Yeah. Yes, sir. We would ask the sponsors, does reinforcing UN oversight mean abandoning the operational speed and security link accountability that resolution 2803 was designed to provide? Israel believes UN centrally and the Board of Peace security mandates are not mutually exclusive. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is the question clear, delegates of Iran and Indonesia? Delegates of Israel, can you stating the short point of your question?
We want to ask the sponsors. Does this mean abandoning the security link accountability that resolutions 2803 provides? UN centrality and the board security mandate aren't mutually exclusive.
All right. Thank you so much, the delegates of Israel, for the question. But we think actually you read the wrong draft resolution, and we apologize for that. For us, especially for our alliance, actually we not abandon anything like the delegates of Israel says before, abandon like accountability or something like that under the UN system that you say. In this draft resolution, actually we just would like to the BOP. We still need BOP, but we just would like to reforms the structure of BOP that actually for us, for our alliance, is exclusive, because we can see from the structure, from the how the BOP is going along the BOP work. We just would like to show to all the delegates in this hall today to see what actually the wrong system that actually BOP use it. Maybe that's all. Is it clear enough?
Is it clear, the delegates of Israel, for the answer from delegates of Iran and Indonesia?
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Is there any question for the draft resolution 2? Yes, the delegates of Belarus, please state your question.
Delegation of Belarus want to give some ask. How will the sponsor objectively determine which states are sufficiently affected to participate in Security Council deliberation without creating political selectivity?
All right, thank you. Is it clear for the question? Could you please stating your question once more?
I repeat again. How will the sponsor objectively determine which states are sufficiently affected to participate in Security Council deliberations without creating political selectivity.
Thank you so much, delegates of Belarus, for the question. So there are no limitation on membership, and actually almost all nations are member of the UN. So we actually welcome every member state, every nation to work together on the same interest, on the same issue, to address it together. So there is no exclusivity, and we welcome every member state, every nation.
All right, thank you. The delegates of Belarus, is it clear for the answer?
Okay, excuse me, Chair. Can we give another question again?
So we want to ask that the draft seeks to strengthen international legal enforcement while reaffirming sovereign equality. How do the sponsor reconcile a more subordinative legal framework with the principle of sovereign equality of states? Thank you.
Thank you, delegates.
Point of order. Palestine is present on both resolutions.
Sorry, which delegates are speaking?
The delegate of Russian Federation.
Okay, what's your point of order?
Palestine is present on both resolutions. Point of order.
Yes.
It's on the file called UN First Supporter Draft.
In this file of the drive of the chair, we didn't find the Palestine has to side of the draft resolution.
Point of order. It's on UN First Supporter Draft .docs. So which is it? Because it is still 1.x.
The draft resolution presented here is not actually our draft resolution that we are reading here, because we could not access to the link, and it was made before we stand here. So
Okay,
we had revision. Our topic is framework on the complementarity and accountability on parallel peace mechanisms. And yes, Palestine just gave us a diplomatic note before we came to the stage. That's why Palestine is part of signatories.
Is it clear, Russia?
Clear, thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry, the delegates of Belarus, can you repeat the questions? Shortly, please.
The draft seeks to strengthen international legal enforcement while reaffirming sovereign equality. How do sponsors reconcile a more subordinative legal framework with the principle of sovereign equality of states?
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you, the delegates of Belarus. So, from our alliance, from the BOP oppositions, the steps the delegates of Belarus, ask to our alliance, actually how the BOP, how we handle the BOP. Like, yeah, we say like we're gonna reform the BOP, like the structure, and also we would like to change the president of BOP. Is of course we gonna do like the discussion, of course, because we support the UN, the multilateralism that actually the UN become principle of United Nations. And next is about the reform of BOP. Actually, we also need all the members of BOP also giving what actually BOP need to change, like the structure or something else. And also our alliance actually still need BOP, but it reforms and it's still under the UN, because actually BOP is under the UN actually, right? So we still need the BOP, but we would like to BOP to still become the organization that work under the United Nations system. Thank you. Is it clear?
I would like to clarify something, and to clarify our whole paper in general. So we actually do not, the reform of BOP does not refer to anything like, we want the reform about the legitimacy and about the authority, because we want exclusivity of every member state to work
Sorry,
together.
delegates of Indonesia, the time is up for answering the question. Thank you. You may please sit down in your chair. Thank you. All right, thank you, delegates. Since two of the draft resolution already introduced and has been get the feedback from those delegates, now we're moving to the voting session, which the delegates have to proposing new motion to stating the voting session for draft resolution. For those delegates who wants to raise the motion to voting the draft resolution, please raise your placard now. Yes, delegates of European Union.
The delegates of the European Union would like to propose a motion to close the debate on draft resolution 1.1 and move directly into the voting procedure.
Thank you so much. So moving to the voting session, for those delegates who in favor or agree with the draft resolution 1 that already present by the delegates of Russia and the US, please raise your placard now. Reminder that there is no abstain in this voting session. Please, all the delegates have to vote whether you agree or disagree with the draft resolution. Please raise your placard for those delegates who in favor with the draft resolution 1. Please, delegates, raise your placard for voting the draft resolution 1. All right, thank you. We got 24 delegates to voting the draft resolution 1, and for delegates who already voting the draft resolution 1 doesn't have to vote to the draft resolution 2. Now the voting for the delegates who in favor with the draft resolution 2, please raise your placard now. Pardon me, please put down your placard. So there is a mistake in the techniques. We should repeat the voting for those delegates who disagree with the draft resolution. I'm sorry. We will recall the delegates who already voting in favor with the draft resolution 1 because we have to list those delegates in the notes. Please, the previous delegates who already vote with the draft resolution 1, please raise your placard now. Delegates of Kuwait, delegates of Kazakhstan, delegates of Jordan, don't put down your placard until we calling your member name. Delegates of Belarus, delegates of Belarus, Kuwait, Argentina, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Bahrain, Bulgaria, Egypt, El Salvador, Hungary, Israel, Uzbekistan, United States of America, Paraguay, Pakistan, Qatar, Russia, Mongolia, Morocco, Kazakhstan, Jordan, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, and the last, Saudi Arabia. All right, thank you, delegates. All right, we got 24 delegates who in favor with the draft resolution 1. For now, for delegates who disagree with the draft resolution 1, please raise your placard now. Delegates of Japan, delegates of Italy, delegates of Germany, France, Finland, China, Canada, Austria, France already, India, France, India, Indonesia, United Kingdom, Ireland, Iran, European Union, Ukraine, South Korea, Spain, Sudan, Australia, Oman, South Africa, Palestine, Portugal, and Poland. Thank you. Oh, and Vatican City. Disagree. No, it's disagree. All right, thank you. Moving to the next. All right, the result is failed. We move to the voting session for draft resolution 2. For those delegates who in favor with the resolution, draft resolution 2, please raise your placard now. Australia, Austria, Canada, China, Finland, France, Germany, India, yes, India, Indonesia, Iran, European Union, Ireland, Italy, Japan, Sudan, Spain, South Korea, Oman, South Africa, Palestine, Portugal, and Poland. Ukraine, this one. United Kingdom, and Vatican City. All right, we got 25 votes and it passed for the draft resolution. Means that the draft resolution that has been used is the draft resolution draft resolution 2. And now, since the meeting already done with the voting session for the draft resolution, please delegates raise the motion to adjourn the meeting. For delegates who wants to raise the motion, please raise your placard now. Paraguay, delegates of Paraguay, the time is yours.
The delegates of Paraguay would like to propose a motion to adjourn the meeting session.
Thank you. All right, to the voting session. For delegates who in favor to close the debate motion, please raise your placard now. Do you want to go home, guys?
Yeah, for
Please
those delegates who want to go home,
raise your
just
placard
vote.
now. All right, thank you, delegates. The motion already passed and the meeting already. Thank you so much, guys, for your participation. After this, there will be a awarding session. So please stay in your seat and waiting for the awarding session. Thank you so much. Now the BOD wants to give the stage to the coordinator. Thank you.
Cek. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, BOD, for allowing me to speak and end the session. How are you guys? Tired?
Tired.
Okay.
Very tired, Miss.
How is your DC? Loh, kok sepi jawabannya? Was it exciting?
Yes.
Yeah. Tadi perdebatannya cukup panas, and now we are moving on to the next session, which is announcement for the. Can you guess? What will it be? Yeah, awarding session. Okay. The first awarding session. The first awarding session is for the best delegate. Okay. The best delegate goes to. Nggak ada backsoundnya nih. Udah lewat ya backsoundnya. Goes to. Can you guess? Yeah. Hanzala from European Union. Okay. After this, you may come forward, Hanzala. And next award. Yeah, next award is for the best position paper. Okay. The best position paper goes to Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And the last award. Last award is for most outstanding team. It goes to Iran. Okay. Yeah, let's give applause to all of the delegates who become the best. And let's also give applause to all of the students here for your active participation and also contribution in this diplomatic course. And next, I would like to invite the students, Hanzala, and then the delegates from the Iran and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to come forward. Oh, do we have something to show? Oh, no. I'm sorry. Okay. We can take a picture later after this. And After this awarding session, I think it's marked the end of this diplomatic course, and we can officially end our DC with Hamdalah together. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Thank you everyone. Have a nice day, and jangan lupa, what is it? What you're gonna do after this? Don't forget to pray, and let's meet again on the next semester. Thank you, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Announcement for those all delegates and the lecturer, also the study program staff. Can we, all of you could come to the stage to take a photo together for this moment. Please come to the stage. Please bring your placards in front to take the photo.
Baik teman-teman semua, staf, dosen, dan juga teman-teman tutor juga, tendik, bisa maju ke depan, kita akan foto bersama untuk mengabadikan momen asik ini. Dan juga teman-teman delegates, please come over ke depan untuk mengabadikan foto. Karena ini adalah momen sekali seumur kalian di HI. Make sure kita bakal mendapatkan foto yang terbaik, ya. Please come to the stage. Dan jangan lupa teman-teman delegates bawa plakatnya ya. Show the world kalian tuh negara apa. Oke. Bisa nggak ya?
Ayo teman-teman yang di belakang yang belum maju, jangan lupa plakatnya di bawah.
Ayo teman-teman.
Kanada, Cina, Itali, Argentina, Ukraine. Ayo cari posisinya segera. Teman-teman tutor. Palestina, ayo cari posisinya. Bu Karin dan Pak Haza. Pak Haza dan Mbak Inas. Siapa yang mau di tengah? Sini maju ke depan. India.
pengumuman untuk bis.
Cek teman-teman semuanya yang naik bis. Halo, hai hello. Teman-teman yang naik bis, nanti kita berangkatnya jam berapa ya? Jam 4:30 ya. Nanti kumpul di belakang. Teman-teman yang mau naik bis, yang tadi naik bis, bisa kumpul di belakang jam 4:30. Terima kasih.